she'll be here late. Maybe she will be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, sound technicians, are we on? We're on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. The Delta Stewardship Council is called to order for purposes of establishing a roll call. Let's start with Mr. Nordhoff. Mr. Nordhoff, for roll.
Nordhoff, present.
Eisenberg, present.
Fiorini here.
Okay, we've got a quorum. Ms. Marcus will be joining us tomorrow. She has a conflict today, and we're going to do the best we can. A couple of our witnesses, or one of our witnesses, was called in sick this morning. We'll explain all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first month that the council has decided to double up on our meeting schedules. We normally, since 2010, have been meeting for 2 days a month. Because of the need to develop, review, and process multiple drafts of the Delta Plan and keep our time deadline, we've now moved to meeting 4 days a month. This meeting is, we call it the early monthly meeting as opposed to the late monthly meeting, because at least in the preliminary view of staff, it makes sense to have policy discussion briefing sessions of the council in the early part of each month. And then as alternative versions of the Delta Plan are publicly released, the second 2-day session in the latter part of each month is one more focused on the discussion of the actual draft Delta Plan itself. And so as you'll find from Mr. Grindstaff's comments, that's the pattern. That meeting schedule will last for certain all of this month, April, and May. If we keep to our schedule, we will adopt a draft for circulation of the Delta Plan in late May. And then, Mr. Stevens, correct me on the timetable, June, July is the publicly required comment period. Ending when, I don't precisely recall.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a 45-day comment period.
Correct.
And again, when we use the word adopt, and we have to be super
adopt for
sensitive.
Circulation.
Well, it's actually it's going to be a direction to staff to actually use that draft for the public draft rather than adopting it.
No, okay, all right, for the public comment
That's right.
review period. Okay. And then after that 45-day review period ends, the staff will be, during that period, but also afterwards, consolidating and receiving and reviewing all the critiques, the information, the written report, and so on. We'll start, I predict we will actually wind up meeting in June and July as well, even though the comment period might extend into late July. But certainly in August and September and October, and possibly November, we come back for the fine-tuning. Is that a right word, Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, it'll be fine-tuning, hopefully.
Okay.
We've got a separate process in addition to the CEQA process that you're talking about. This is going to be a formal rule of the state, and it's got to go through what's called the Administrative Procedures Act. And so it's the same kind of deal where you put out for public comment the proposed rule that you will adopt eventually. And I think ultimately we're looking at adopting the whole thing in November in order to then get it shipped off to the Office of Administrative Law.
State agency.
And to have that take effect as a state rule in January of 2012.
Okay. All right. Pat?
Is there a change in our meeting schedule anticipated?
The answer is nobody knows, but Joe is going to give us a full briefing. So let's just talk about meeting schedule and timing of meetings. Mr. Grindstaff?
I believe we can stick to the schedule that we currently have, which calls for 4 days a month through May, and direction to staff to publish the draft Delta Plan for the formal comment. I'm trying to use the language from our council here, to publish the draft Delta Plan for formal public comment at the end of May, assuming that we publish it then a week or two later, say mid-June. There's 45 days for public comment. We will have our regular meetings then, and we may decide that we want to allow for a public meeting for comment on the draft document. We come back then in August we will have all of the comments from everybody that it's part of the EIR process, and then we will bring a draft that reflects the comments, the changes that we want to make based on the comments. In some cases we'll say, yes, this is a good suggestion. In other cases we'll recommend to the council that we not take the suggestion that was made. And so staff will bring another draft back to the council in August, and we may very well have then a couple sets of meetings in September. My expectation is then for this administrative law process, we actually need to publish it again in September. So my hope is that at the end of, or at the meeting in September, the council will give us direction. Okay, we've gone through the EIR process. This is what we think it's going to be after taking all of the comments, and we publish it in September, and ultimately we adopt it then in November. So there will be this ongoing process, and no, I wouldn't anticipate any other meetings other than those that we've already identified.
Okay, because I thought you were reserving the possibility of a separate public hearing in August, or did you mean incorporating that into our normal 2-day meetings?
Either one is possible, depending on where we're at.
I think Mr. Johnson is delicately saying, Mr. Grindstaff, do we get to go back to 2-day-a-month meetings for June and July and August?
June and July, we had reserved the second Thursday and Friday of June in case we were unable to make the decision in May. But the plan, and I believe we will be able to stick to the plan, to not have 4 days of meetings in June and not have 4 days of meetings in July. It is possible that come August, because of the volume of comments and suggestions, that we may at that point ask you to come for more than 2 days of meetings. We are expecting thousands of comments on the EIR. Our consultant has given us examples of similar processes where they've had 35,000, 40,000 comments. And in some cases, a lot of those are just duplicates of one another. Those are relatively easy to deal with. I still would expect we will have many, many substantive comments, and if we can't get through all of those in 2 days of meetings, we may very well ask for the August meeting schedule to be amended.
And did you suggest that perhaps September would be extra meetings?
Perhaps September.
Okay.
Also, not October or November.
Okay.
I think what you ought to do, Mr. Grindstaff, is recirculate to council members and repost on the web a projected tentative schedule through the end of the year. Put an asterisk at the appropriate months saying extra meetings may be called if needed to process the various documents. But
right, and when, if there were extra, when they would be.
Yeah, that would be a useful tentative identification, just so we can arrange our schedule and the public can have a better understanding as well.
I will do that. I will have staff do that. Angela.
Okay. All right. Mr. Grindstaff, we've got a quorum. We're going to proceed ahead. Tell us what today and tomorrow look like.
Well, let me talk about the Delta plan and kind of put some context here. As you all know, we released the first draft, what's it been, 2 or 3 weeks ago. The first draft had a lot of findings. That was the key meaty part of that draft, and we referred those findings to the Independent Science Board. They have had a couple of meetings already and begun the process of reviewing those findings and making recommendations to us. We don't expect to get a final response back to them from them until the 24th or 25th of this month. So the next draft of the Delta plan is due out a week from tomorrow. That's the 18th. And as you'll recall, there were some holes in what we put out, principally in the regulatory area. In the end, the Delta plan, as we talked about, becomes state regulation, and what we put in the first draft was areas where regulations or rules might be considered. In the next draft, I would expect we would have some proposed staff draft, first cut rules that we might impose, as well as some proposed staff draft recommendations that the council could make as part of the Delta Plan.
Now, since the first staff draft of the Delta Plan, you have also released, I think, parts of 2 chapters that were missing in the first staff draft. And maybe you could just refresh our memory on that.
In the first draft, we did not have the adaptive management chapter included. We have, since that time, released the adaptive management chapter, and we did not have the water quality chapter. We have released the findings for the water quality chapter. In both cases, those are important elements that we would like the Independent Science Board to review.
And those have been posted on the website also?
They have been posted on the website, and we sent out a notice to our listserv to make sure that everybody knew that we had posted those. I think they sent that out yesterday. At least I got it on my listserv. I have it on my private email, and I got a notice of it yesterday. So, yes, we have done that. I would expect that the next draft Delta Plan will be complete, except that the findings, we won't have revised the findings, so we'll probably just say the findings are being revised with input from the Independent Science Board and our science program. And the integration part, we're leaving that integration chapter till we actually know what it is we have to integrate, till we've actually gone through it more. But it will be fairly complete, this next draft. It will have the parts that everybody is looking for anxiously. So one of the things we want to do today is actually get input from people so that we can use that, hopefully, in preparing that next draft. As you can imagine, we've got innumerable drafts of documents circulating internally among staff. This will provide an opportunity for us to hear from the council and to hear from experts and stakeholders as they talk about these areas that are very important to the next draft and to the ultimate Delta Plan.
Talk about the graphic information we withdrew from the first draft, staff draft, all the graphics, because we needed to work on them. What's the time schedule on that?
Time schedule and graphics is probably not all of the graphics will be in this next version. I will expect all of them to be in the third version, which should include all of the also all of the revised findings. So this next version will include all of the policies, but not all of the graphics. Many of the key maps will be included, but not all of the graphics will be in there. I would expect draft 3 will include everything, so that it's including graphics, revised findings, revised policies based on the discussions of the next 6 weeks. And that comes out the 18th of April, I believe, so that we can discuss it at our April meeting. So the other thing that we've done for today is we've asked Mike Hardy, as one of our consultants, to help facilitate this discussion. And we're bringing panels in, as I said. We have experts, we have stakeholders, we have a variety of people to talk to us about the key areas in the Delta Plan. And Mike's going to help us stay on track. So, and I want to actually turn the microphone over to Mike and let him describe how we're planning to use the panels today.
Okay, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name's Mike Hardy, and as Joe said, I'm with Kearns and West, and we're part of the team that's been supporting particularly the engagement and communications and outreach effort of the council. And today, I think my role could be primarily just lighting up the annoying lights for the panelists to make sure that we stay on time. But also I want to help focus the conversation. I have no role in the content of the Delta Plan or in decision making around the Delta Plan. My role here today is solely to focus on a good discussion process and help the council members particularly get at what's important to them at this point in the development of the Delta Plan. So in addition, we're going to have 3 panels. The first panel, actually, let me ask the panelists who are going to be on panel A to come up to the table, grab your name plaque, and you can sit yourself in any order that works for you.
Mr. Patterson, Mr. Wilcock, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bobker, Mr. Winternitz. I understand Mr. Van Lobensel's is not available this morning.
Yes, I was not able to close the circle with Mr. Van Lobensel.
All right.
Then I'm going to ask
Mr. Hardy, we're starting the morning session is ecosystem, the afternoon session today is water supply.
That's right.
And the tomorrow is risk management.
That's right.
Okay.
So we're going to start with ecosystem, and I did want to let our communications expert at AGP explain how the microphones are going to be working today.
How are the microphones going to be working today?
They're doing very well, thank you. Bob Lloyd with AGP Video. Member of the panel and audience, if you're coming up to sitting at the table, there is a little switch at the base of the microphone. That's how you're turning it on and off. The room has a bit of an echo to it, so if you could turn your microphones off when you are not speaking, it will increase the intelligibility of the sound. Thank you, Mike, for letting me make this comment.
Could I get the PowerPoint put up there?
Oh, you want that today?
Oh. Hey!
Okay. Well, let's see. Somebody ought to tell us about the material in our packet and where it fits into this discussion this morning. Is that Mr. Grindstaff?
Oh, excuse me. We have first the PowerPoint, which you should all have in front of you, and the agenda. One of the key things that I wanted to point out is we have conservation strategy for Stage 2 implementation for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Ecological Management Zone. And maybe Carl, when he talks, can talk a little bit, or we can ask questions about that. It's one of the key documents in terms of ecosystem restoration that we have, and it's something that we're thinking is an important base document that we may want to base a lot of the Delta plan on. So we have that attached. We have here basically a summary of the workshop, and then some of the comments from different people about what they recommend. These are from some of our panelists. These are the written materials that they gave back to us, saying this is what they recommend that we do with the Delta plan.
Okay.
And I see that Dr. Bennett has just arrived.
Okay.
For panel A. Welcome, and thank you for coming down here. Grab your name plate there and pull up a chair. You can sit next to Roger if you'd like. Okay, so real quickly, I just want to run through how the panels are structured for the benefit of the audience as well as the council members. We have 3 goals today. The first is to assist staff as well as the council about recommended priorities from people who have been paying a lot of attention to the development of the Delta Plan. So today's discussion is intended to focus on the things that are most important in the view of the different panelists to be included in the draft Delta Plan. And I hope we've asked people to focus their comments around priorities. The second is to help actually inform development of the next staff draft, which, as Joe advised, is due out a week from today. And the third is to promote what I'd like to describe as meaningful dialogue, which is consistent with the Council's commitment to openness in development of the Delta Plan. And that is particularly to allow Council members today to ask specific questions about very practical matters, including whether there are elephants in the room, whether costs are important here, who should pay, and what the theories are. So this is an effort to help move the conversation incrementally forward, not to solve everything. And also there may be opportunities for panelists to ask questions of each other if that will also increase our understanding about what's important. We have structured the The panels, as you say, the first is on ecosystem, the second is on promoting more reliable water supply, and then the third tomorrow, panel C, is on reducing risks. There have been topic questions that were provided to the panelists. There are copies at the back, and these are also posted on the website. The panelists have been asked to respond specifically to the topic questions, and then we'll use that to move into the dialogue. There will also be an opportunity for public comment following each panel. At that time, the public comment should focus on the panel topic. We will also have general public comment at the end of the day, both today and tomorrow, for people who would like to offer any views that are not related to the panel topics. But for the panel comment, please, consistent with the request of the panelists, focus on the topics. And you can use a blue speaker card. There are blue speaker cards on the back table as well. Fill it out, and so that we know how many people we have. I'm going to be using a 5-minute timer up here for the initial panel presentations, just as a means of encouragement, and I'll leave it to the chair to do anything else that's
I have
required.
a button that electrifies the microphones, shocking the people who are testifying beyond the time limit. Is that correct, Mr. Hardy?
Fair enough.
Okay.
So, as I said, we have. And so we do have we have a panel format. I think I've covered that with the initial 5-minute presentations. So the basic guidelines for today are basic. It's about asking everyone to be respectful of individuals who are taking the time to do this, their ideas, and also time limits, not interrupting, letting people finish their thoughts. For my own part, if I do ask you to speed it up in lieu of the chair doing that, I'd ask that you honor that so we can stay on track. We have plenty of time scheduled today, so I think we shouldn't have to do that too often. And I really would like to ask the council members to engage the panelists. They've come here in the expectation of back and forth dialogue, really being able to explore ideas with you rather than simply giving presentations and leaving. So okay. We can move into panel A, and the first thing I want to do is ask the panelists to introduce themselves. Because we were moving very quickly and trying to assemble the panels, we actually didn't have time for the usual, polishing of brief biographies. So let me just ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves. And I want to thank everyone for taking the time to submit comments and come today. And I'm not sure who came furthest, but I do greatly appreciate it. So why don't we start with you, Gary?
Sure, Mike. Gary Bobker, I'm the program director at the Bay Institute.
Okay.
And Leo Winternitz with the Nature Conservancy.
Carl Wilcox with the California Department of Fish and Game.
Good morning, Roger Patterson, Metropolitan Water District of Southern California.
I'm Bill Bennett with UC Davis.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett, for coming. I appreciate it. So just one other thing. There are mosquitoes flying around this building, I've been told, and I have seen a few. And there is at least one can of mosquito spray. And I think the chair has his...
I possess a stick taken from my car, which I will give to anyone who stays within the 5-minute opening time limit.
It's a stick and a carrot,
right.
I think, is what that is. So if you actually are finding yourselves bothered by mosquitoes, perhaps this afternoon you may want to get some spray.
It was a smart idea you had, Mr. Hardy, of introducing the mosquitoes in the building as a way to shorten the testimony. Very sophisticated.
I've learned a few tricks by watching you.
Well, it's a lot easier than shaving the front legs of the chair by 2 inches.
So let me ask the panelists to begin. There's no particular order, but we wanted to ask for your initial presentations on priorities, and then once we get those presented, we'll get into questions. I think that if following any initial presentation, any of the council members do have a question, particularly for clarification, I'll leave it up to the chair and the council members to sort that out.
Try to restrain yourself in the first go-around so they can use their 5 minutes for what they want to say, unless you're overwhelmed by a compulsion or a question. and then we'll get straight to them.
Okay. So this is the first panel on ecosystem is the shorthand. Of course, it covers very many topics. And if anyone wants to volunteer to go first, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm just going to run down the table. Does that work? Gary, do you want to take it that way? Okay.
I volunteer, Bill.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Mike. You've heard from me and the rest of the panelists before on a number of issues regarding the development of the Delta Plan. What I'll try to focus on in the 5 or 7 minutes I take is trying to winnow down highest priorities, which is a pretty difficult task. The first point I want to make in looking at priorities is that I believe that in order to have a successful plan and to distill your mandate, you have to stop tinkering around the edges. You have a collapsing ecosystem in the Delta. You have a highly vulnerable water supply. You have a culture in the Delta which is at risk of vanishing, kind of like the transformation in New Orleans. And so if you're serious about your job, you actually have to do some major shifts. And so your priorities should be those that address the biggest drivers of change, the biggest problems. You should be tackling the 800-pound gorillas and not the easy stuff first. So I'll start. The first priority is to manage the Delta as one ecosystem. In other words, have one virtual management system for it. How that's, I'm not an expert in governance, but I recognize bad governance when I see it, or maybe bad's not the right word, but governance that is not adequate to the very, very special nature of the Delta. And you've recognized that in your work and the Delta Vision Task Force before you. So the first part is to make recommendations to decision makers in the legislature, both federal and state, about changing that designation and establishing a virtual one government system for the Delta. And the second is that the plan that you have, which should be the script for that new governance, needs to cut to the chase. I mean, and I have said, you've heard me before. I'm very focused on outcome-based target-setting approaches, where you sort of you say, look, this is the promised land we want to get to, and we're going to be very flexible about how we get there. You start with a plan that I think identifies what is the habitat map and the hydrograph that you want for the Delta of the future. You don't have to get it right perfectly. An outcome-based vision of the future Delta ecosystem doesn't guarantee that you'll get those outcomes, but it will drive the changes. And so I think rather than try to focus on projects, you focus on, look, this is the management of water, this is the management of land resources, this is the way we want the Delta to function in the future. And then to at the start of that process, make sure that that planning and oversight process is adequately funded through a mix of sources. Always a big challenge these days. The second thing, in terms of focusing on the 800-pound gorillas and not getting lost in the weeds, is that there's a difference between life support and recovery. I mean, there are thousands of issues in the Delta, and there are dozens of stressors. And for a highly stressed, highly altered ecosystem that is collapsing, all of the stressors are important. They all need to be dealt with. But they are not key to long-term recovery. At the end, this is a system of flows and landscape. And, the science behind restoration, the science behind recovery, the science behind just understanding an ecosystem is that you have to address those underlying issues of flow and landscape. And in fact, things like the pelagic organism decline studies have emphasized that flow and landscape were the biggest drivers of the regime shift we've seen. So address those directly. Number one, restore Delta. Decide whether you're going to promote the restoration of Delta flows on a large scale or not, because that's one of the biggest keys to restoring the system. And I would suggest that your priorities are to identify what kind of hydrograph you want to see, what kind of flow targets, and then that helps shape the decisions by the State Water Board and others who will actually, who are directly responsible for flow requirements. And assure at the same time that those flow requirements are met equitably and universally throughout the state. That's one of the biggest problems we have is the emphasis on a subset. It makes it politically very difficult to change the flow factor. The matching priority, so there's flow and landscape. Those are the two biggest drivers of change, and they're the two biggest components of restoring the ecosystem. You need to think similarly ambitiously in terms of physical habitat. It's tempting to say, look, we're going to go for opportunities, but you have to, for habitat to work, you have to have large patches. You've got to have connected patches, and you've got to have them scattered throughout different parts of the delta so that you are not concentrating all of your restoration in certain areas. You've got to capture a lot of different diversity of habitat types and altitudinal gradients, et cetera. If you don't, then you're wasting, you may be wasting on politically feasible but projects that don't actually accomplish your restoration goals.
So Gary, can you wrap up here? I gave you a little bit of time because you had to go first, but
right. Okay. Well, I will. I'll skip to the last part, which is simply that the highly vulnerable water supply system. I don't think that fixes are going to change that in the delta. You have to get exporters out of the delta to the maximum extent possible. And you have to define what maximum extent possible is, and you have to provide the incentives to make them do that. And I think those incentives are reduction targets, a la AB 32. I think there are also incentives that you can provide, although the economy right now is not really in the position to do that. But perhaps we can anticipate conditions where we can go back to providing incentives for alternative sources and alternative supplies. But essentially, we've got to make the delta water supply a lifeline and not an addiction.
okay.
Thank you very much.
Can we go to Leo Winternitz?
Thank you. So I'm going to run through my priorities fairly quickly, and where I have recommendations, I'll let you know, and you can come back to them or request them in writing. The first question was related to managing the Delta's water and environmental resources and water resources of the state over the long term. So very quickly, you need clear goals and objectives to do that, and that is my first priority for the Delta plan. Clear goals and objectives. Now, fortunately, you have many of those already in the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, which was developed. My suggestion is essentially that you review those goals for inclusion in the current plan and add new ones that you may hear from stakeholders along the way. The second priority is that you recommend that a system be developed that provides for a statewide systematic accounting of water supply and consumptive use for surface water and groundwater. Several years ago, State Water Board representative told the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force that they cannot account for consumptive use of groundwater and do not account for consumptive use of surface water. And the question then comes up, if you can't account for water use or water supply, how do you manage the water system? And how do you achieve a co-equal goal of providing better supply reliability? So there is a recommendation for that. The third priority here is improved water use efficiency and improved infrastructure for the water system. And for the water system then to have increased flexibility to meet both the environmental and water supply goals. So examples of the improved infrastructure ranges from the physical, such as new water conveyance in the delta, to need for more storage south of the delta, to the administrative, such as addressing the deteriorating ability of the state to operate the state water project. The top three priorities for protecting, maintaining, and restoring where possible is, and Gary has mentioned some of this, the first priority is restoring the delta ecosystem. And that falls under three categories: restore the habitat, mix the land and the water, reconnect the land and the water, but based on a scientifically based strategic plan of restoration. The second is restore more natural flow conditions in the delta in terms of inflow, outflow, and reduction of reverse flows. And the third is reduce, alleviate, eliminate contaminants, and there are recommendations for that as well. The second priority is a new water conveyance system, and we believe that there is existing authority for a new water conveyance system, so you don't need that. But as long as that new water conveyance system actually achieves or is built to achieve the environmental goals as well as the water supply goals. And, and this water system should also provide for delta uses. That is, the beneficial uses including domestic, municipal, agriculture, and fish and wildlife uses in the delta. And then the third priority is about the delta itself. And a key piece of legislation here is to keep local government whole in terms of any actions that are done, including restoration. It's imperative that we recognize that a large part of our work will be done in the delta. And unless we can accommodate for that and make provisions for that, we will not be able to achieve the first two objectives of habitat restoration and new conveyance. And then finally, the top three priorities for the Delta Plan for improved aquatic and terrestrial habitat is, number one, we need a scientifically based strategic plan of implementation for restoration. There's a lot of work that has been done by the strategic plan, by the ecosystem restoration program, by BDCP to develop the components for a strategic plan. But it's not in one place yet, and we need that. And I have 6 components of what should be in there. I can discuss those when you have questions. The second priority here would be to develop the organizational structure to start implementing restoration. And we don't have that. We have the Nature Conservancy that's starting to do some restoration on a tract in the Delta. We have other agencies doing other restoration, but there is no singular organizational structure that moves us forward in a cohesive manner. And then the third recommendation is, after you have this organizational structure together and after you have your implementation plan together, let's start doing it. And that's the best way we can learn. There is no right answer. I don't know if 65,000 acres is sufficient. I don't know if 100,000 is sufficient. Maybe less, maybe more, but we have to start doing it. There are also recommendations for costs and ability to pay, about who would pay. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilcox.
Okay. Since Gary and Leo have done such a good job, I'll try to keep within my time. I think they've made extremely good points. The whole issue of having goals and objectives, we have lots of goals and objectives. It's settling on what they should be. BDCP continues to struggle with particularly getting to the specifics of what goals and objectives mean. So I think that's a really important part. That's something that BDCP is going to be focusing on in the coming months and needs to get resolved soon so the plan can move forward. But getting to the specifics of my priorities, and mine are a little more focused than what you've heard to this point, but I think what you've heard to this point are the big global issues, is that, you know, from a perspective of ecosystem restoration and water management, the point of diversion needs to be changed. It needs to be taken out of the South Delta and moved into the North Delta. The department's been a long time advocate for that, what the amount and sizing of the operations. That's still in discussion, but certainly BDCP is having active discussions about what that would look like in the context of permitting. Improve and increase tributary inflows and or delta outflow conditions so that they more nearly approximate natural conditions. Currently the system is very altered from an operational perspective. And then increased habitat. You know, the delta is a shadow of what it once was from a habitat perspective. There is great recognition that it's an important habitat as it is, but it's not the habitat that supports the aquatic ecosystem that we're concerned about. And so that all needs to be balanced and put in the context of an ecosystem restoration approach that Gary touched on, and I think is the underlying precept of what BDCP is trying to do with its conservation strategy and what's been articulated in the Ecosystem Restoration Program conservation strategy. As far as the ability to meet these priorities in the context of the other priorities that have been identified for the Council to consider in developing their plan, I think these are all compatible, but there is an underlying contradiction here. You know, it's how do you balance the maintenance of the cultural aspects, the agricultural interests within the Delta with these objectives of restoring the ecosystem? Because to do that is going to require substantial change. And there's no way around it. So I think it needs to be looked at from a big context, and that has to be accounted for. And as you move forward, an environment needs to be created where those kinds of actions can go forward. Moving on to number 2, since the light's blinking.
You've got about a minute and a half. You're fine.
Okay. And so from that perspective, as far as protecting, maintaining, and enhancing the environment of the Delta, I think land use policy is a critical component. Making sure that land uses don't preclude the ability to do restoration, and we've seen that with some of the development that's occurred or been approved in the South Delta. Flood protection improvements that accommodate restoration and habitat need to be coupled. BDCP recognizes that, particularly in its floodplain components. It has to be done jointly, and so better coordination of flood planning with the ecosystem approach needs to occur. And then also the idea of encouraging wildlife-friendly agriculture. There's plenty of potential for that. And then relative to restoring the ecosystem, including fisheries and wildlife, that really goes back to the priorities that I talked about in number 1. A key component is changing the way we divert and manage water through the Delta, not using it as a conveyance or relying on it as a conveyance, but also providing for restoration within the system. I have other recommendations that are in the written materials that I have brought with me. As far as costs, this is going to be a substantial undertaking and going to cost a lot, and the whole structure for funding this is going to be key to the moving forward. But we are moving forward with some of these actions already. I think Leo's point about more of a strategic approach or focusing on mechanisms to coordinate and guide restoration is a key component with that.
And why don't we ask the staff to get copies of the written material you've got? We'll pass them out so members can have them, and then as we'll circle back in questions, you'll undoubtedly want to bring up other points for us to consider.
And Mr. Chairman, one thing I would note is that all of the handouts that are provided by the panelists for each of the 3 panels will be posted on the Council's website. Carl brought his today, and I brought some, and
okay.
We're still gathering them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to be here and be associated with these true experts on ecosystem. I do not claim to be one, and I believe these folks are. I will say, though, that I've been around the block a couple times on restoration plans. I was involved in both the Platte and the Missouri plans that were put together, and there are always similarities in these plans. And one of the key things is good work as we do planning, nothing happens on the ground unless you get somebody committed, motivated, and have the funding to start making this stuff happen. fortunately, on those two, things are underway. One of the things that I thought was worth noting in the PPIC report that just came out is when they talked about the delta, and they basically said what you had in the past, you're not going to have in the future. What you have now, you're not going to have in the future. You need to figure out and do what you can to influence what we want to have in the future. And I think that's really what this is about. I agree with what these other folks have said, that when you look at the priorities, there's sort of three things that float to the top. One, obviously, is water. Flows, timing, quantity, quality, direction are all attributes of the right flows that we're going to need in the future. The physical habitat clearly is something that we're focused on as a key part of the future. Well, you got to have the right scale, you got to have the right location, you got to have the right connectivity, and then finally, the other thing is to make sure you don't have other stressors out there that'll put all your good work to naught. And so, there are key things that would prevent things from resulting in the kind of outcomes that we want to see.
I should interrupt. Randy told me to turn off my cell phone, which I did. If any of you have your cell phone activated, we're going to get that interruption as messages come in, so it's not just enough to mute it. You have to actually turn the darn thing off. My apologies.
Well, J. Michael didn't tell me that.
I don't think Roger ever turns his off.
You're killing me.
I'll give you some more time.
No. That's fine. I'm going to wait for the question and answers, because I agree with what my colleagues have said here. The battle is always in the specifics on this stuff. We all agree flow, habitat, and other stressors is our key components. That's what we're focused on in the BDCP. That's really, the foundation are the co-equal goals, but the fights are all about those kinds of specifics. We're slugging our way through that. We aren't answering all the questions in BDCP. You guys have a much broader plan. I just believe that what those of us working on BDCP have to do this in a way that is going to be fully compatible and seamless, if you will, to the Delta plan when we get there. Timing's not going to line up as the way we want it to, but eventually I think that it'll work. So in those three areas, the key things Carl mentioned, if you're going to deal with flow, the conveyance changes and the operation associated with that are the key components. This intertidal habitat is probably the most important thing as it relates to the habitat. I agree with Leo. I don't know whether it's 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. I don't know where we're going to go, but I do know that we've been working on it for over a decade, and so far we haven't done any. I mean, we've purchased some lands, we've had good plans, but we haven't done much. I mean, we've been working on McCormick Williamson, TNC has with Corps for a long time. These are really hard to do. The water contractors are working on a project in the bypass right now, getting ready to, we're preparing the EIR, and we haven't had any more success so far than anybody else. Now, we haven't been at it as long, but they're difficult. And then, the other stressors, there's a lot of controversy around the wastewater treatment city of Sacramento. That's one of the key other stressors that we in BDCP have identified, and there's action underway to start moving in that direction. It's sort of like you gotta do all of these, and probably some things that we don't know about that we have to stay open-minded on. And I agree with Carl, we got to get the science program structured in a way that it's integrated. And on the point of consolidation, I think the new conservancy that was created in the legislation, to me, that's where we ought to go with starting to consolidate some of this work on habitat. We've got fragmented ownerships that are out there now. I know our intent is if the conservancy's up and running and working, we get our restoration done, we'd like to turn it over to them so we can start managing this together, and hopefully they'll have the relationships with the locals and the counties to do that. So with that, I'll wait for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Bennett. Get closer to that mic.
Okay. How's that?
Here we are. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thanks for inviting me here. I'm not used to these kind of things.
All you scientists from Davis say the same thing, and you're always at all of these things.
Wait till you get me going. Still early. Well, I mean, I think everybody made some very good points. They touched on, clearly some key issues. So I won't go, into the weeds with all that. What I'll do really is just reiterate a couple of things that I think are just seem to be glaring at me when I look at the things that have been done, BDCP, and the things that you guys are trying to do. And one of them, I think, really is this issue of, overall governance and how you approach the problems. For example, like BDCP has, lots of pieces. There's lots of pieces, this is wrong, we got to do this, we got to do that. There's probably 100 little projects in there, but there needs to be, and I think what you folks have the capability of doing, is providing some sort of structure to this. Wrapping all those pieces, around 3 or 4 objectives, and then actively seek them out, and try and conquer them. It's not an easy thing to do, but you need to provide some sort of taxonomy for all those pieces. Otherwise, all you're doing is just running around like chickens, trying to put, hold fingers in dikes and all this kind of thing. Trying to tackle one little stressor here or there, which, may be the tail on the dog. So I think that's a really important point. Most people look at the BDCP thing and you just see, my God, it's just this laundry list of pages and pages and pages of all these little things. Find some way to put them together and wrap them around 3 goals, which I think best addresses your charge. And I think, some of those goals, have already been spoken about here. One of them clearly is to restore some sort of natural flows. What does that mean, right? There's no way we're going to get natural, and that's been said here before. Unless we blow up Shasta Dam or something, but we all know that's not going to happen soon. So what that means is really trying to establish, an east-west salinity gradient that flows. The estuary is supposed to flow to the sea, not to the South Delta. And currently, certainly on the east side of the delta, it flows north-south. The net flows. That's a big problem. And then you say, well, we have to fix the habitat. Well, that sets up a stage for basically maintaining flows fresh in the summertime. And what does that do? It sort of made the sort of habitat characteristics more functional of a lake. And so what we did, we had all these invasive species come in, and now on the south side of the system, you just have choked with aquatic vegetation, and you have a whole suite of centroarcid fish. Your largemouth bass, sunfishes, things like this. If we want to have salmon in Delta smelt, we can't have half of the Delta being like a lake in Arkansas. That's a pretty easy thing to grab onto. These are the kinds of things when we talk about habitat restoration that are just glaring out there. And you can't do it if we're, always having these north-south flows and taking the water from the South Delta. So that immediately brings up the issue of, well, how do we stop that? And, we went and put together a Comparing Futures book about that. And, when you really look at it from the, 10,000-foot level or so, it's just a no-brainer that we need to move flows somewhere else. Otherwise, Southern California shouldn't get water, and that's not going to happen soon. So that's why we, thought that the best choice, and we left it as a choice. We left 3 choices. It just seemed the most rational thing to do is to find some sort of alternative conveyance. Because you're always going to be fighting that, north-south flow, maintaining the delta fresh, because you can't pump salt water, Southern California. And so it's going to make trying to do any sort of habitat investments really hard. That would make things much simpler. Because then you could start to mess around with the sort of landscape issues, the connectivities and all these things, where you could take a smaller amount of water and put it to better use. And there's no one-to-one for this, so many flows for so many habitat investments. It's not, the function isn't there for what the worsts are. But unless you start to approach things in that way, around specific questions that are scientifically based and run as experiments, you won't get anywhere. Nobody has in the past. And so that's really my main message. I brought a little cartoon here I made a few years ago.
Okay.
I did a talk for Joe over there about alternative conveyance.
This is a CalFed discussion?
Yeah, it was a few years ago. This is one of the slides from that presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about habitat investments and, how you approach these problems and what's the right thing to do and how to fix this stressor or so. The issue is that, sure, we can do things like increase flows to the delta, or change the way flow runs. It's the same thing, you know. It's not so much the amount, it's what the water does when it's there, you know, and how it provides signals to fish.
How about the technician borrows that chart so we can
There we go. How's
hold
that?
it up for you here?
I have help. Go ahead, guys. Yeah, and so, you know, one of those axes is flows. And so you could put more flows in the system. And basically what you would get is you see, you know, there might be a period of time until you get some net benefit out of the flows, you know. And that's there's a fish abundance, say, for example. And you also, you know, want to try some habitat improvements. Well, you might do that for a while and you won't see anything happen. You won't get any net benefit out of it. But pretty soon you'll start to see some interaction between the two, you know, and things will improve. Because what you're doing is reestablishing, you know, the environmental features that the life history characteristics of the fish that you want to have will start to respond to, you know. And they have generation times and things like this that they have to deal with. And so there's a lag time involved here. The trouble is with this kind of thing, you know, it's some sort of optimization surface. You know, there is some optimal combination. The trouble is we have no idea what the surface looks like. And that was the talk that I gave to Joe a few years ago. And I think, you know, this is the reality. The trouble is that because we don't know what the shape of this surface is why you need science to do it. Otherwise, you have no idea where you are and why you got there. And that's why you need an overall plan for all these little bits and pieces.
Joe may have it in the CalFed files, but if not, maybe we can borrow that.
Sure.
Or you could send us an electronic copy. We'll post it to the website so people can look more carefully at the.
So it's, you know, it's a very oversimplified cartoon, but it conveys some really important concepts, I feel. And that's all I have to say for now.
Okay. Okay, let's go to members. Mr. Johnston and then Mr. Fiorini.
The first question each of you were asked to address says, from your perspective, what's the three top priorities of the Delta Plan in order to manage the Delta's water and environmental resources and the water resources of the state over the long term? I'd like you to just answer the question without including the water resources of the state over the long term. What would be your recommendation then, since this is a panel on restoring the ecosystem?
Mr. Bobker.
Yeah, I think without regard to the other users or other water resources, that it would still be that this establishing a more natural hydrograph.
Flows and landscape, as you say.
Well, I mean, in terms of water resources, it's flows. It's a hydrograph that where there is a significant, not a minor tweak, but a significant increase in the amount of water and a significant change in the shape. It's like
this
angels.
Is where a bolt comes out of the sky.
And the choir starts singing,
yes,
and hallelujah,
right.
Yes. Often happens when I speak. So from strictly water for the Delta, right. It's that improved flow amount, improved flow pattern on a significantly different scale.
You didn't talk about conveyance.
No, because I think conveyance is secondary. I think I happen to think that changing conveyance is extremely important. It could be very beneficial, but I think if you change conveyance without addressing the hydrograph, I think that you will fail to protect the ecosystem.
Thank you, Leo.
Three things. Certainly, I think you need the clear goals for your environmental restoration. Number one, and then I cheated a little bit. My second priority is ecosystem restoration for the Delta, which means your habitat, which means your flow, and that's where the inflow, outflow, and eliminating or reducing reverse flows come in.
Is it more flow, different conveyance?
And then the third priority there would be new conveyance, because conveyance, if operated properly, will help us reduce or eliminate the reverse flows in the delta.
So in order to improve the ecosystem of the delta, you would recommend a point of diversion in the north rather than
in the south,
rather than any in the south.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I just, I mean, you asked the question without regard to the water resources of the state. And unless there were a need to address water resources elsewhere, I mean, you would not change conveyance for ecosystem purposes. I mean, you wouldn't have conveyance. Conveyance is not there for ecosystem purposes. And we're only making changes.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get to is, what's your balancing test, since the question implies one, and you kind of have all answered with a balance test. And I'm trying to get your best advice on the ecosystem.
So, but Gary, if we didn't export water, if there were no need to export water from the Sacramento River or the San Joaquin into state, then you wouldn't need conveyance. But if we have that need, our current conveyance system is not working to protect the delta. It's not helping.
And it's one or the other. It couldn't be less export of water to increase flows to restore the delta habitat sufficiently.
I think you'll find that we certainly have to consider reduced exports of water. Certainly with the current system we have in place, because what we have been doing over the last 20, 30 years has obviously not been working. And with new conveyance, that has to be looked into as part of that modeling.
Carl, you're the fish guy.
I'm the fish and game guy.
Fish and game guy. Excuse me. And you were the most clear about moving the point of diversion from the South Delta.
Well,
and that's a scientific judgment based on what's best for
I think that's a
wildlife.
long-standing position in the Department of Fish and Game since the 60s, is that diverting in the South Delta was going to be a problem. And we see that problem manifest right now with the way operations are constrained with the current system. You know, basically by operating in the South Delta, you know, we not only convert particularly the east side of the Delta into a lake from Arkansas, but we also just pretty much decimate what comes out of the San Joaquin system. So
San Joaquin River system.
Right. And so, you know, we're totally compromising that. If you look at kind of the way operations are constrained right now, much of those constraints are focused on protecting the San Joaquin system, which we have a restoration program underway, and we're trying to recover fish, but at the same time, the way the operations work, you know, you're working against that all the time. So by moving to the North Delta, you're taking water where it's most available. It's of better quality. And you're eliminating the compromising effects of what goes on in the South Delta right now. You know, you're addressing the reverse flows in the Old and Middle River. You're allowing fish and actually allowing a corridor to be established for San Joaquin fish to get out. So you're doing things for pelagic species. So, you know, and the main concern at that point is addressing what effect you're having on salmon upstream.
Right.
It's a key component.
I understand, or I think, that Carl, Leo, and Gary's perspective and mission and basis for representing the agency or organizations you do is primarily an environmental or a species protection one. Roger, my guess, you inherently come from water supply and then add the ecosystem protection as a necessary component. So I don't mean to push you on that because I think you have a different job. But if you wanted to add anything more.
No, I mean, we're linked. You know, the fact is the system provides water supply and it has to work for the ecosystem. So we're linked. And, you know, we've got to improve the ecosystem or our water supply continues to degrade. And so, you know, we recognize that. Met's spent a ton of money in this system up here, probably more than almost anyone you can find. And you know, we use the way I would do it is we get 4.5% of the water annually out of the watershed. I think we ought to work on the other 95.5%, and we'd be in business. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, it's an important part of our supply. That's why we're linked with these guys, trying to figure out, just like you are, how are we going to make this work for the entire state.
And Bill, just would it be accurate to say, as long as there will be any export from the Delta, you would move the point of diversion from the South Delta to the north?
Well, I think so, because it makes it a whole lot easier to restore the system. Because as everybody has said here before, you're constantly fighting that. You're constantly fighting wanting the water to go in the wrong direction, or taking it. In the San Joaquin, you take most of the water, and so then you put out this little placard, a little duct tape that tries to let the salmon through. I mean, it's just a situation that is, too little. Particularly at this time when all those species really have their backs to the wall. I mean, we've sort of nibbled around the edges now for 20 or 30 years, with these things. And now this is like the fish's last stand. We just have to decide, do we want salmon around? San Joaquin is probably the system that has the most potential for maintaining salmon throughout the next couple of centuries, because it deals with a water source that's much higher mountain source, which means that as things tend to warm, those waters will stay cooler longer. And so there's a really good opportunity here for restoration, but it's really difficult to do when you're always fighting the fact that you're taking the water and making the river run backwards.
Would excessive exports through a northern diversion further imperil fish?
Well, yeah, I mean, there is an issue of amount. It's amount, how it flows, and what it does while it's there. Three kind of components to this, most of which we know very little about. We advised the State Water Resources Control Board about a year ago about, flows and flow sort of standards and things. And there is this issue of amount. If we're going to continue to take things from the South Delta, then we need to send a bigger signal down when water flows to the system. It's a very blunt instrument, but given the way things are, it is a very strong signal, and you need a strong signal in order to see any benefit whatsoever, because there's all this noise, and you're fighting this issue of maintaining the Central and South Delta as a water conveyance system rather than as a habitat for fish.
Okay, Randy, and then Don.
I'd like to focus on the San Joaquin River for just a second and continue on with this discussion. It has been suggested over the years that reverse flows and predation are a couple of the largest components in working against a healthy salmon fishery in the San Joaquin River. So what should be done in the next 15 years, assuming that a conveyance fix might help, recognizing it's going to take some time to get there? As a matter of policy, what should we be looking at for the next 15 years to enhance the salmon fishery coming out of the San Joaquin system?
Well, I'll take a first shot. The department and the State Water Board put out flow criteria for the Delta in 2010. And as part of that, the department identified objectives, biological objectives to go with those. I think a key component of that, and we're currently going through that process with the State Board and reevaluating the Vernalis flow standards. As part of our testimony to the State Board and our submittals, we've identified have developed a model which kind of predicts what kind of returns you get for what kind of flows. And flow out of the San Joaquin system is a key component to restoring that system and maintaining salmon in the system. And it's more than it currently is. So that, I think, is, that kind of crystallizes the issue, is it becomes one of agencies and organizations that have their water right now and the issue of the public trust in that relationship. And that balancing process that goes forward, whether it's in the context of the Stewardship Council or the State Board or even in the courts, is where, how do you make that balance? Certainly the flow recommendations or the criteria that were identified by the department and the board were biologically based. People, contest them, but they are, our best understanding of what's needed for the biological system. But those don't represent any kind of balancing. And so there's certainly way more than in the San Joaquin system than what currently comes out of the San Joaquin system, because it's heavily appropriated. And most of the flow is just there to meet some basic requirements. And if you look at what the hydrograph looks like on the San Joaquin system, it's nothing like the natural hydrograph. It's a very flat thing. It's a very static kind of flow condition, other than in a year like this when we have good runoff and good rain. So I think that kind of sets the stage for at least the forum that we address those kinds of issues in. But it's that fundamental tug of war between fishery and in-stream needs and habitat and biological needs versus societal needs and that decision process.
Has the department looked at reverse flows in addition to apparently leaning towards calling for more upstream releases from the tributaries? I heard earlier that reverse flows may be a greater problem than the actual flows themselves. What's the department doing about that?
I think from the department's perspective, flow is the critical component in the San Joaquin system relative to reverse old and middle river flows. We see much better escapement with higher outflows. We see much better survival of fish with higher flows. The barrier studies that have been done the last couple of years with the disco bubble curtain, in low flow conditions, we barely see any fish make it to the barrier to determine whether they get past it, because there isn't suitable flow conditions and they're subject to predation. At higher flows, you have natural conditions that allow fish to elude predation. And so you see much higher survival to the bubble curtain, and then you can actually have a statistically valid test to see whether or not the bubble curtain's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So it's really hard to get away from the fact that fish need water.
Mr. Patterson, Mr. Bennett, and Mr. Bobker want to make comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think the San Joaquin, as you know, Randy, it's tricky. I do believe that the users in the San Joaquin, at least the folks I talk to, they understand that this flow is important and it needs to be dealt with. That what they tell me is, look, we don't want to be piecemeal to death, and so I don't want to give some of my water to Carl, and then have the state board take some, and then have FERC take some, etc. So I really think that we need kind of an overall game plan with the folks in the San Joaquin River, so they know that, okay, if I go here, then I've kind of done my part, and I can meet these needs so that I can move on with things. I mean, we bought a lot of time with VAMP, and we did some things there, and I think we need a combination of, it's probably regulatory and voluntary, maybe even some compensation in there on certain pieces, but we need to get the whole plan put together so that we can go, because I think VAMP showed, Carl just said it, I think even the little bit the NRC's already said, that this flow does matter here, but people are putting that water to use now, and how do we pull out of that? Because if you look at the delta, Bill said it, the south side that's part of the problem.
Dr. Bennett?
I think with the issue with the San Joaquin is really governance, and I think Roger touched on that. When it comes to fish, I mean it's kind of binary. There's go from no flow to flow. I mean, let's face it. I mean, most of the water in the San Joaquin goes to people, and that needs to change if we want to have fish, at least natural fish, native fish. It sets up a situation where you begin to have all these other stressors begin to play a role. For example, Randy talked about predation. Predation in the system is natural. Fish eat fish. Matter of fact, fish eat just about anything they can fit in their mouths, despite what all the ecologists will tell you about gut contents and things. But when it comes to something like a salmon, who's out migrating as a smolt, they are tuned to flows, and predation really is a function of time. There's a certain rate, a certain probability that you're going to get picked off every day. And if you have to basically fight to get down the stream because there is no flow or very little flow, you're going to increase the amount of time you're vulnerable to a fish bigger than you. And if that is on the order of 2 or 3 times greater, the probability that you're going to get picked off is much higher. And it lowers the probability that you're going to have fish surviving to get out of the system. That's kind of how it works. And just that alone is sort of a predation that nobody ever sees,
Randy?
I think Gary actually had a...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bobker.
Just to reiterate something that Carl said, this is reverse flows are a real problem, but they're a problem in a context, and that context is a flat-lined river. So when the river is contributing very little to the delta, except in particularly wet conditions, you're essentially ensuring that reverse flows become a problem very often. And a healthier river is one, I think, in which the reverse flow problem would be reduced. Changing the point of diversion would help, but it won't solve that problem. And I think I'll leave it at that.
So let me wrap this up. Most of you have responded, but the question was, in the next 15 years, as a matter of policy, what should be done?
And Randy, let me point the panelists to one of the specific questions for each one of the panels, and that is, which of your priorities should be accomplished through regulation, and which of your priorities should be accomplished through recommendation to the legislature, which I think follows up your point.
Well, I think, as I alluded, we're going through a regulatory process right now with the State Board and their Vernalis flow standard. And the fact that that has implications upstream on how you meet that standard and who's responsible for meeting that standard. Right now, it's primarily the Bureau of Reclamation on the Stanislaus. It's not necessarily the diverters from the Tuolumne or the Merced. And or then how do you factor in the role of the San Joaquin relative to their restoration flow and their restoration flows. So I think to some degree, it's an apportionment issue, and there's I think our counterparts at the Fish and Wildlife Service have talked about fair share. Whose responsibility is it to meet that standard? And I think it's a responsibility that's borne across the watershed. But then it goes to, I think, Roger's point that, this needs to be a solution that's, not necessarily legislated, although, that would be a convenient way to do it if you could do it, but one that is, worked out among the participants in that process and under a centralized governance structure. And this may be, maybe there needs to be a Delta or a San Joaquin Stewardship Council or something.
History indicates a startling unwillingness of interest groups to surrender authority to government agencies to make fundamental decisions and to allocate cost. Do you predict that that is changing?
No.
Don?
Well, first, I want to thank the panelists for your presentation this morning, and certainly for, I think, the thought that went into your both your written comments and your presentations. My question kind of takes it back, and some of you touched on it, but after hearing some of the responses to both Senator Johnston as well as Mr. Fiorini's questions, I guess I wanted to go back to one of the questions that was posed, and some of you touched on it in your verbal comments and some in the written comments. I haven't had a chance to review all those since they were just handed out. But my question is that there seems to be, at least amongst most of the panelists, agreement that there needs to be a new diversion point, and obviously the panel's task was to talk about the ecosystem restoration. But when I take this back to the question that was asked about how will your priorities protect and enhance the uniqueness, and kind of again from the perspective of the cultural, recreational, certainly the natural resource ports, and as spoken to in some of the ecosystem comments, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. And I guess what I'm taking from some of the comments is that folks, either through other processes or through the work they're doing as ongoing work on this issue, have come to the I guess conclusion that evolving place means remaking the Delta. And so my question is that how then, if you come from a perspective that you need a new diversion point, and that impacts of all those things certainly being talked about in BDCP, and taking 125,000 acres more or less of existing lands, some of that may be subject to flooding and so forth, but putting that into habitat, how does that get to then to the point of protecting maybe some of the natural resources, but the enhancement of those things that are related certainly to people's activities, daily lives, the recreation, and agricultural pursuits, which are very, very bountiful in the Delta. So I guess that's the first part of the question. The second part would be a touch on just on governance. Roger touched on about the Delta Conservancy, but I guess I'd like to know your view in the context of kind of that question of protecting and enhancing those values. What do you see as the role of a Delta Conservancy? We've got multiple agencies. Obviously, this council has a responsibility for putting together the plan, and the Delta Conservancy's efforts will have to coincide with the plan. But I'm curious about that, and even the role of the Delta Protection Commission. I mean, there's things stated in the law, but you really see that as the viable entity, because there's folks that are doing things either privately and or in other public realms that certainly would compete and or not necessarily be counter to, but compete with the Delta Conservancy's role, as I think the legislation certainly envisions it long term. So I guess kind of a two-part question, one being on the protection of the values as an evolving place, and secondly then the governance. So whoever wants to take a stab at it.
Roger.
I'd be glad to start. Because I think that's one of the things we have to sort of come to grips with. Things will change. I mean, we know that things are going to change, and I think let's take the habitat. It's a good example. We're talking, when we say 65,000 acres of intertidal habitat, that's roughly half of the opportunity area that's out there at the elevation to do intertidal habitat. It's a big number. So that the mitigating side is it's going to happen slowly. It gives us time to figure out how to do it in a way that works as best it can for these other values. The sooner we can get started on it, the better the performance will be as we deal with climate change and other things in the future. So I think that's where we've had this missing piece of the discussion, and yes, we want to see this, and well, how are you really going to make that happen, and how are we going to work with the locals to make sure that it works as best as it can? I mean, it has the financial implications. Is it going to change hands? Is it going to affect taxes and assessments? We've said on our side, anything we do, we're going to make sure we continue to pay those things. But it's broader than that. And I don't have a good answer for how we're going to do it, but I do know that we need to do it, and it takes time. As I said earlier, we worked on some of these for 10 years and haven't gotten them to happen. And so I know in Yolo County's case, we're spending a lot of time talking with them about the project we're working on, in the bypass. Most of the habitat, fortunately, is not the highest valued agricultural land, but it's still valuable land. It still has values associated with it. And so we're trying to figure out how to make all those things work, and that's a big struggle. I mentioned a couple of these other projects I've worked on. It was exactly what we did. We had good neighbor policies and all sorts of things, but nevertheless it gets down to, all right, what do you need? What do I need? How do we do this? And so that's still in front of us.
Just while you answer it, Roger, you mentioned the Conservancy, and again, yes, certainly you represent MET and have been a part of the BDCP process, working obviously with the locals, whichever particular jurisdiction. But what you mentioned the Conservancy. What do you see the role? I mean, you've got multiple agencies. The BDCP had its own regimen of suggestions about who ought to manage habitat and so forth, do people really see the Conservancy, maybe just from your perspective, other people will speak for themselves, but as being the entity long-term, because it has local representation, it has state representation? Are people comfortable with the idea that Conservancy and the Delta Protection Commission, and certainly the Stewardship Council in its role, are the entities that ought to have that kind of umbrella oversight and ongoing day-to-day engagement for the activities of the restoration of the habitat?
Personally, I see the Delta Conservancy as being the prime entity to do the restoration and hold the land. I've said that. We supported that in the legislative package. I think that's the way to go. The Conservancy it's a toddler at this point. I have high hopes that it's going to be good. I think hiring Campbell was a tremendous choice. I think you've got the opportunity there to do that, and our intent would be, if we've done a project and the Conservancy's working as we all hope, here's the keys. Take the title to it, because we've got to consolidate that. And if you just go in the bypass, we've got land that's owned by Westlands, next to TNC, next to TPL, next to DWR. Throw in any other acronym out there. I mean, we've had this for a long time, and we've been pretty good at acquiring some of it, but we've been not very good at, okay, now what? I mean, when I was with Reclamation, I had Prospect Island. I don't know how the heck we got that, but we never did anything with it that was useful, and we did some things with it that weren't very useful after I left. But so I think that's really why the Conservancy, was put together, and so I personally have high hopes. It's the prime. I wouldn't say that we'll absolutely say it's the only entity that's going to do any of this work. There's some next to Carl has land in the bypass. It might make more sense for Fish and Game to do that piece. Fish and Wildlife has some things. So we just got to get into the action mode here sooner rather than later.
Leo?
So, Don, one of my priorities was the Delta itself.
Right.
And the fact that solutions for water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration have to take into account the actions that they are taking place in the Delta. And so we have to we have to work with and meet the Delta interests. And one of the recommendations that I had was for legislation is to keep local government whole in the Delta. It should be acknowledged, you're going to restore 1,000 acres of land. There is going to be loss of revenue, and we've got to make up for that.
6,500 acres of land.
65,000
to 100,000.
Or 100,000 acres. There will be loss of revenue, and we need to be able to find ways to maintain that revenue stream. In my suggestions, I listed a number. I tried to list some specific examples of how restoration in the Delta could work, and other examples of how restoration should proceed in the Delta. And their examples are, not all restoration has to result in loss of tax revenue or loss of the current practice taking place. There are working landscapes like on Staten Island. That is restoration. It accounts for a quarter to a third of the sandhill crane population from the Sacramento Valley, yet we employ full-time 12 people and 40 people on a seasonal basis. The work continues. It produces, and there's revenue, tax revenue is based on that. That's an example. Another example is a place that may come out of production is McCormick-Williamson Tract. It's flooded 6-7 times since the 1950s. And every time it floods, there are impacts to other islands. So clearly that's an island you need to look at and restore that, relieve flood pressure on other islands, and provide for habitat. So there are these different mixes of solutions. As far as the Conservancy is concerned, I've been trying to really think about that. I believe the Conservancy has two roles. It's provide for economic viability of the Delta and restore the Delta ecosystem. And what makes the Conservancy so important is that there is local government involved in the Conservancy. So they do pay attention to that. BDCP has put together a lot of important information on restoration, and they were looking at developing a governance structure on how it should proceed. I see BDCP really as an implementer of restoration, along with other entities. We still need a manager or a governor for that restoration. And particularly because the overall restoration picture is larger than just BDCP. BDCP will, if a conveyance is built, they have to mitigate for that and do other restoration to keep operations going. And then you have the larger element. And they're not responsible for that. And we don't have any entity who's responsible for that. And I think logically it comes down to the Delta Conservancy working with Fish and Game, who should take that lead.
Could I just jump in and ask a question, Leo? Is there authority for a manager in existing legislation? And who's the manager?
Manager for restoration?
Yeah.
I think it's the Delta Conservancy. I mean, the legislation says, if I remember correctly, the Delta Conservancy I don't have the words exactly, but it's a primary.
It doesn't say primary. It says a.
It doesn't say
not the.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we need to focus responsibilities where we can for getting things done. Carl?
Well, I'm going to speak from the department's perspective. I think that we have worked very successfully with other conservancies in implementing habitat restoration. You can look into South San Francisco Bay or San Francisco Bay in general. The department's a major land manager there. Whoever's managing land, though, the bottom line is that there's got to be money to be able to do it. The department is heavily criticized for the way it manages its land. We don't have much money to manage land. We're criticized for not paying in lieu fees. Well, we can only pay in lieu fees if the legislature authorizes funding for us to pay in lieu fees. So I think those are kind of critical components in whoever is the manager. Certainly the department has legislative mandate to own and manage lands for the purposes of meeting its public trust responsibilities for fish and wildlife and providing hunting and fishing and other recreational opportunity. So I don't see it as an exclusive type of thing. There are other organizations certainly working in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh that have similar capabilities and capacities that we work with, local conservancies and land trusts. So I think, to some degree, there needs to be a governance structure, and certainly from a BDCP perspective, it's tried to create that for implementing restoration. And at some point, somebody's got to be responsible for doing it. In many cases, and I'll go back to South San Francisco Bay, that's been a collaborative effort of the landowners and the conservancy, and or the agencies that manage those lands, with other stakeholders to do the planning and implement the project. And certainly, we've been very successful there in implementing both large-scale acquisition and large-scale restoration on the order of thousands of acres that provides both recreational opportunity and interpretive and other types of particularly public access opportunity, as well as maintaining some of the hunting heritage opportunities that are important also.
Dr. Bennett.
Well, this starts to get on the fringes of my expertise. As far as the agricultural issues, I think, and also the habitat restoration, I mean, a lot of these issues over the course of time are going to really solve themselves to a certain extent. There's a lot of agriculture on islands in the Delta that are heavily subsided. And there's been great speak to, the quality of the levees, sea level rise, higher flood flows because of earlier runoff, and the probability of, seismic action, and those things will create shallow water habitat all by themselves in the near future. Near future being, between now and next 50, 100 years. And so that's habitat that's going to create itself. And I do believe my good colleague Jeff Mount's analyses and all of the accounts we put about this in the Comparing Futures book, I think it's a reality that's going to happen. We just don't see it right now. And so regardless of, the type of agriculture that is there, we're going to lose it. I think now we have an opportunity to figure out how to move it around in the Delta. Because of sea level rise, there'll be more habitat, I think, on the fringes of the delta. And I think it's prime for agriculture there, and to support many species in the terrestrial zone. And essentially make a nice ecotone into the marshlands. As far as recreational opportunities, I think whatever we do to enhance the native fisheries we have here will create tremendous opportunities for recreation in the delta. You know, all you have to do is say the fishing is good, and then you have an order of magnitude more people wanting to go fishing. That's a reality. I see it in Bodega Bay every summer. And I guess that's enough, but you get my point. Yeah.
Mr. Johnson. Okay, Gary.
Just a couple of things about your larger point, Don. To cut to the chase, it seems to me that there's some pretty ugly potential futures for the people who live in the Delta. And whatever way it goes, it's going to take some pretty significant investments by society in large to steer the future of the Delta. And I think that the future that involves, a future that involves armoring all the levees is probably, throughout the entire Delta, whatever environmental issues aside, is probably not going to be fiscally sound. A future that isolates water supply is going to leave you at high risk. And a future that has a pretty large habitat component and healthier flow system actually is closest to what I think a lot of people in the Delta actually want, not trying to paper over all the difficulties attendant on that. In terms of your second question, I don't know if the current combination of the Commission, the Council, and the Conservancy together are sufficient in the long term. I think they're a good start. I think the Conservancy's model of a true partnership rather than sort of a lip service partnership between the local and state interests is the way to go. And so however it evolves, it's got to keep to that. What I am concerned about is whether in the long term we manage the Delta as a hydroscape and a landscape together, and whether a Conservancy model is adequate to do that. And right now I don't think it is. That doesn't mean it can't be part of a structure that in the end could do that. I don't think we know the answer to that. So that's where it's sort of a big question mark is for me.
Thank you all.
This has been a very good panel. We have an academic, an exporter, a regulator, a conservationist, and an environmental advocate. all of whom hold the view, which they explained and have good basis for coming to that a conveyance system should be built that diverts water at the north of the Delta, and eliminating the South Delta diversion. We moved to a public hearing process. There are other views that the environment can be improved without such a diversion, and we should hear that view in sufficient in sufficient time that we can measure it with these.
I'd like to hear that
if it
too.
exists in the room.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that view.
A question for each of you. How will we know when we have a healthy ecosystem, and what performance measures should we use?
Well,
I'm
okay.
going to, well,
go ahead, Garrett.
I'm going to jump in, that we're currently charged with and have staff that are working on developing performance measures. CalFed spent 15 plus years trying to develop biological performance measures. We've spent 4 hard years in BDCP on goals and objectives that need to be measurable that would serve as performance measures. I think we're going to know when we see a response in the fish populations, when we see a delta that has a food web that looks more like it did 20 or 30 years ago than it does today. That doesn't mean it's exactly the same or anything, but one that's looking more like a diatom-based system as opposed to a dinoflagellate kind of system, and I'll let Bill talk more to that. But I think there are indicators. We see a system that actually produces useful food that fishes can consume and is expressed in conditions that provide suitable habitat that don't look like a lake in Arkansas, but look like something that's a little more turbid and something that looks more like Liberty Island or Sassoon Bay, where there's actually sediment in the system and it's turbid enough for these fish species. So, and this goes to the point that the opening remark that Gary made is we have to be able to express what we want the system to look like. It's an ongoing struggle. I think we have a pretty good idea of what that looks like and then what the measures of that would be, and we just need to come to some agreement about that.
What's the one report we can turn to find that information? And on what pages would it appear?
Well, again, people have been trying to do this for a long time, and it doesn't exist per se. I think.
Well, if it doesn't exist after 25 years of trying, it can't be because it might be because there's no way to tell with any certainty, and therefore measurable goals and outcomes are irrelevant. Or it may be that just the interests have decided it's too hot a political potato to play around with.
I think it's more the second. That's the experience we have. And we have to have targets. What does a fish population look like? Is it an improving trend? Are we seeing better food web productivity? Is the habitat we create generating that and supporting the kinds of species that we're interested in? Are we creating hydrodynamics that encourage natives and work against the invasive species? So, I think the vision document had goals and objectives. It's then putting measures on those that you can gauge whether or not you're making progress. And certainly we identified in our flows report goals and objectives that would give you metrics for that. There are recovery plans that have metrics that we can use to gauge how we're doing.
So not even the conservation strategy for Stage 2, the ecosystem restoration program, the product of the Department of Fish and Game, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and NOAA, not even that fine document that consolidated three governmental agencies of importance is definitive on the subject?
Not at this point, no.
Is there any other document by any of those agencies, to your knowledge, that is definitive?
No.
Does anyone have any suggested document that represents a definition of a desired ecosystem in something scientifically based that is rationally developed as opposed to simply an advocacy document?
Well,
Mr. Winternitz has one. Then Dr. Bennett will get
I have one which is called this document, Delta Vision Strategic Plan, which was developed with much input, scientific input, and includes, in fact, on page 78 through 90, a number of strategies and performance measures. They're not necessarily quantified, but what is there has gone a long way, are incorporated in the BDCP plan, are incorporated in strategies that are now being developed. I mean, this document's foundational, and there's a lot of good material here, and it shouldn't be discarded. And I want to show a picture of a performance measure that's also in this document.
That's the number of fish laid out on a piece of paper to be photographed?
On page 70.
Yeah.
Here's a performance measure.
Big fish versus little fish.
Floodplain restoration has resulted in larger fish than smaller fish that have stayed in the channel, and consequently you get higher survival of these fish. through the restoration effort.
Mr. Bobker, your document that incorporates all the information that need be incorporated is?
Every party that makes recommendations is an advocate, so I won't be tarred as just putting forth an advocacy document when I say that. We, in fact, are going to submit to you a document based on peer-reviewed scientific literature on what the targets for ecosystem restoration should be that the Delta Plan should incorporate in our view, and we want to work with you on those and with agencies and other scientists, and we'll have that to you shortly. I want to make
define shortly.
Within the next few weeks. Yeah. And I'll work with staff on what their internal deadlines are.
Mr. Garnstaff.
Yeah.
I want to point out that we're putting out at the end of next week the second draft, and we need this stuff immediately so we can get it in.
We have to read it and understand it and ask our scientists to check it, and if you give it to us 2 minutes before we have to circulate the draft plan, there is no time to do that.
So
we would
that's
be
no surprise.
We're willing to share our incomplete draft with staff on the understanding that we're going to continue to work on it and it will evolve.
Okay, just last question. How much of the inability of everyone to at least outline a plan is attributable to the fact that you all want somebody else to pay for implementing it? Anyone? I mean, normally at a table like this, everyone would look at Roger and say, yeah, you guys have all the money, so you ought to pay for all of this, and then that would lead to its own fight. I mean, you started off, says, let's deal with financing up front, because if you don't have money, then you don't have anything, and Mr. Patterson says his experience is exactly the same. A Martian would listen to this and say, gosh, there's a universal agreement on all the things that are going on, and it's clear that they all understand what an ecosystem plan is, and I have been now for 4 years asking to see it. And of course, everyone says, well, it doesn't exist. And the hope is that somehow government is going to impose upon you a plan that you can grumble about but not be blamed for receiving. And that will allow magic to start happening?
You know, Phil,
I don't understand.
That is not our problem. Our problem isn't the classic, what's in the plan and who's going to pay for it. It's slugging through this hard stuff of coming up with a plan that we think is going to work, and then we'll figure out, okay, how do we get the resources behind it? I mean, that's really been the struggle. I think for purposes of where you guys are, you ought to get Carl to send you the goals and objectives we have for BDCP, which are being added to, and by the first football game this fall should be completed. But I mean, it's not like we don't have anything. We've got this, and we're adding that would be September 3rd.
September 3rd.
He speaks of college.
That would be in Nebraska, is that right, Roger?
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
But for purposes of where you are, Joe, I think, unless you want to use what your broader stuff that you had, that's all fine. But I would at least look at what BDCP has for goals and objectives, which Bruce DeJaneiro is now working on some folks to take it down to the next level. And you can use what you want, but I would at least look at that. It's not like there hasn't been a lot of work done and even some agreement on. It's the details that it starts bogging down in.
Yeah, so, getting back to that, the CalFed strategic plan has goals and objectives. The conservation strategy that you have builds off of those and basically focuses in on 3 of the 6 big ones. But as Roger says, the difficulty is in the details and how those are looked at relative to particularly regulatory compliance. Well, and that's kind of where the rub is, but you can generate, and I think
we're actually developing a legally enforceable state regulation. Not everything we say in it will be a regulation. What do you want us to put in on a regulation? You must have ideas. And you can't, by the way, you can't say change the world because our authority does not give us the ability to change the world. We can't dictate to the federal government and so on. But consistent with our authority, what do you want to see?
Well, I think we can provide you both what's is being developed in VDCP plus the types of measurable objectives that, at least the fisheries agencies have identified and the recovery plans have identified.
In what time frame?
It's a matter of collating those, so maybe in time for your third draft.
Do you think that would be a document that would reflect the judgment of the three agencies who did this?
I can't speak for my federal counterparts.
Of course not, but
I think it can generally do that.
Is that a plausible outcome, possible outcome?
We can work on it with them. They're pretty busy. So.
Dr. Bennett, then Mr. Bodker.
Yeah, I mean, all this is well good. I mean, there's probably a half dozen of these lists of, various performance indicators and, goals and objectives, and they're all quite well-meaning, and a lot of people spend a lot of time and work really hard to come up with them. But if you go through those documents, it's a list, I think in order to get any bang for the buck out of this, as I said before when I started, you really need to tie, go through, establish, a specific set of real questions that you want to answer under a certain time frame. And then go to those documents as reference documents and pull out the pieces that would give you performance measures and put them in as part of the study. For example, Leo put up that photograph, which is rather compelling, My colleagues at Davis did that. Immediately it suggests that the floodplain habitat is really good for salmon. That's not the point about it. This is where the performance measures come in. It's not that you have all those salmon going out twice the size of the other ones. It's that you have a salmon going out with a diversity of lifestyles and sizes. Creating fish that are doing different things all the time. Because the way we've been doing it now, we put out these cookie-cutter fish into an ocean environment that changes on an annual basis, and more than half the time they don't make it. Sometimes the little ones will make it, And so the point is that we want to establish a diversity of habitats so that when we have something, for example, salmon, because that was the example brought up, going out to sea, it's not that we just have big ones, all big ones, or all little ones, or all ones from one hatchery, is that we have a portfolio of different kinds of salmon who think differently going out there. That is the kind of thing that you want to try and create. And that is going to require a specific set of research objectives, whole system experiments that are going to take 5 or 10 years. And as those experiments go on, you have these different measures that you can use. For example...
Dr. Bennett, I mean, this is a discussion we've had for as long as I've been involved in water issues. The scientific perspective, which views life as an experiment where you propose, you measure, you judge, you test, you change, all of which is important. But the other 4 people want something more certain that allows them to do things even if the things they do not lead to the guaranteed or expected results. And although they're reluctantly, in some cases, maybe moving toward more deeply intermeshed scientific judgments, they're asking for something that is something not just an experiment. Mm-hmm. They're asking for the clearing of roadblocks and the leading to actions, and in this case, ecosystem actions.
I understand. The trouble is you don't know where you're going if you move all those roadblocks. The trouble is, you don't know which roadblocks to move first unless you have an overall question of what you're trying to get.
But if
which road you take doesn't matter if you don't know where you're going. That's the point.
Well, but when we ask scientists to give us a guarantee that if we did what you recommended, it would lead to an outcome, you always tell us you can't do that, and I'm convinced that is true. You can give us a
I think you'll get someplace better, yes, because you'll know where you've gotten to. You'll know if you did something wrong, you will at least know it's wrong. Yeah. We've done something wrong for 30 years, and we don't know why.
Mr. Popper.
I want to address, as briefly as I can, Randy's original question and then your question, Mr. Chairman, which relates to the exchange that you just had. I think Bill's right. We have to be, skeptical and self-critical about our ability to understand, exactly where we want to get to and the roadblocks to them. But as a society, we make choices, and we have to define what the outcomes we want are. We can't guarantee those outcomes. So I think that there's plenty of information to say we want to have, we want to have something that functions like a real estuary ecosystem and that favors native species. And you can use all kinds of species viability criteria that are very based in science to define what that biological response from native species is. And you can use ecological principles about how estuarine ecosystem functions in terms of their runoff patterns, their habitat connectivity and patch size, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to define it. And you can put that into a set of targets that define your outcomes. That actually you can do if you have the will to do it. What's the hard part is to say, okay, what's the relationship between all those? I mean, nobody should be setting an expectation that you're going to get everything you want every year. I mean, you're starting out from a very depressed base. You're dealing with a variable system. You're dealing with a system that will, we're not exactly going to eliminate all the competing, all the competition over resources. So we're going to have to do some weighting. We're going to have to say, like, some things are going to be more important at first, and they're going to fade in importance over time as we see how the responses we get. So, for instance, your biological response, manipulating for specific species, is probably going to be more important in the early years. And as you do investments in changing flow and hydrology, then the ecosystem stuff becomes more important. And it's figuring out that, I think what Leo called the strategic plan, and I think Bill also asked for that. You have to have sort of a what are your steps to getting to that? And we're happy to share ideas about that, and we'll do that and work with staff on that. The point about, okay, so what's the cost of that? What does that mean? I mean, I see a lot of the toughest stuff here as being, there's a lot of stuff that we need to do through a regulatory approach that we haven't done. And we've tried to rely on very minimal regulation with some sort of compensation, et cetera, and that just hasn't worked. In terms of, so I think that there are some direct regulatory changes that are beyond the capacity of this council, that this council can decide whether they want to recommend to the legislature. And I think that they come down to things like action by the State Water Board on moving toward a complete hydrograph that protects the delta rather than sort of piecemealing it. And user fees, which the State Water Board has the power to impose, and things like loading orders that deal with water use efficiency, which can be done by regulatory bodies like the Board or the Public Utilities Commission or through executive order. But I think there are some things that you can really point out as these are the real drivers of change. Now, I'd like to also see some sweeteners in that too, and I think that there's probably significant chunks of bond funding that are still available that can be focused on habitat restoration and on water supply enhancements that would support some of the things that your plan would be designed to accomplish. I don't know that that's sufficient, and I'm not sure we're in the environment where we can expect significant more bond funding. I mean, that's the question of the 2012 bond is very much up in the air. But I think there's that if we can really focus those investments on things that support the plan and that are measurable. So in other words, if we're going to make further public funding investments in water supply projects, they have to have a measurable impact on what you're trying to accomplish in the Delta. If there's a link to the Delta, obviously there's state projects that wouldn't have a linkage. But if you're going to invest money in somebody that is using water in the Delta watershed, are they reducing their water supply extractions from the Delta? Are they providing some other habitat benefits in a measurable way linked to the awarding of the money? And that, to me, makes it a lot more palatable to spend more public money on those things.
Could I just ask Dr. Bennett, do you have the questions framed for the council? The big questions?
The big questions.
I didn't have time to read the whole book since it was published, but you've been...
Well, I do know. I mean,
yeah.
We've laid out some principles,
yeah.
I think it's not in my purview to lay out exactly what the exact target should be. You know what I mean? I think that requires, that's more of a socioeconomical issue too. I think, but as far as once you've done that, how you get there is relatively straightforward if you're willing to take chances with whole system experiments. Making a big signal. For example, this was tried a few years ago with the environmental water account, right? And that was, just sort of adjusting the valve a little bit, in the springtime, and sort of a shell game with water at the time. And it was considered this real boon success. But it never really had a goal, It was never monitored, per se. And nobody can tell you what it ever did for fish. That's all we're saying.
Americans prefer to measure their activities on planning and research and meeting as opposed to outcome.
Well,
outcome
I know,
measures are controversial.
But you're asking me to get some outcomes here.
Right.
And so all I really mean is that if you would say to give, for example, let me give you a real-world example. Probably the second largest fishery in the world is walleye pollock in Alaska. Okay? Now, walleye pollock in Alaska is considered a very sustainable fishery. Tons and tons and tons of these fish go around the world to fish sticks and everything, right? Now, hardwired into that fishery is mandated by law, to have a scientific inquiry to figure out what are, the impacts of that fishery, and to track the pulse of how that population is doing throughout the whole Bering Sea area. Not an easy task. It is a state-of-the-art scientific program, right? That is hardwired into the budget of that fishery. I mean, we would die and go to heaven for such a science program here. And I would bet you that entire fishery is worth far less than the water we're talking about. And I can't imagine why we don't have some hardwired sort of institutional structure that lays out what we really want out of this system. We want to maintain delta smelt. We want to maintain salmon. The scientists can tell you how to get there and treat it like an experiment. What I mean by an experiment is a process of investigation, not just an experiment where you say, oh, well, it didn't work. It is a sequence of events where you go down the road and learn more about how to maintain what your objective is, which is healthy populations of salmon. There are things that you do wrong, there are things that you do right. But if there's a long-term investment and there are scientifically based things in other words, it's just as important to know if you did something wrong, why it was wrong, rather than if you did something right and you don't know why it's right, it's just as bad. Because you haven't learned, you haven't moved your knowledge along and how to maintain those populations.
Let me do this to wrap up the conversation. Starting with Mr. Bob Kerr.
Yeah.
Give me your single most important recommendation for a regulation we could include in the Delta Plan and legally enforce. Hit the button now, please.
In terms of ecosystem restoration alone and
Yes,
not the other purposes,
Yes.
and in terms of something which is not a recommendation to another agency, but what you would have in the plan itself, I guess I go back to making a permit requirement consistency with meeting or contributing to meeting those the targets for ecosystem restoration that I think you should include in the plan.
What kind of a permit?
Whether it's which permits come before you? I mean, there are some that are going to some that I'm probably thinking of that are not going to that are going to go to the State Water Board, for instance. But the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, for instance, I think I'm not quite sure which of the habitat actions that would move forward under the Delta Conservancy come to you under a permit or not.
Okay, so your report in 2 weeks is going to have a full answer to that question?
Sure.
Mr. Winternitz.
So I'm going to address the question of who pays. And
And you're going to give me an example of a regulatory action that will deal with that?
exactly.
Okay.
And so specifically the legislature, and this is in a recommendation, could pass a law requiring all water diverters to meet a new regulatory standard in the Delta.
No, Mr. Winternitz, a regulation is something we can do ourselves. A
Well,
regulation is
the regula-
consistent with existing law.
Okay.
We are calling the recommendations to the legislature recommendations.
So the
And-
recommendation would be that they pass a law requiring all water diverters to meet a standard that is some level of habitat restoration, which we've all been talking about, based on their particular sector, what kind of diverter they are, whether it's an upstream diverter, an in-delta diverter, an exporter. And the amount of water could be factored in. And this law would actually require a user fee for monies to be generated for restoration habitat in the Delta.
Okay, I got that. That's a recommendation. Give me a regulation.
Give you a regulation.
Chris. Yeah.
Let me throw one out. I'll just make one up.
Chris will help me.
And I don't know if I'll help you, but kind of in broad context, you talked about the fact that we need to know where we're going, define objectives, first of all. And just a simplistic preface to the regulation, I always go back to the legislation that, for better or for worse, created us. And in fact, it does say the following sub-goals and strategies for restoring a healthy ecosystem shall be included in the Delta Plan, shall be included in the Delta Plan. This is 85302E. The first one says restore large areas of interconnected habitat within the Delta and its watershed by 2100. Okay? And it goes on to list a whole bunch of other things. So actually the legislation is relatively clear. I don't know if that's the right way to go, but that's what the legislature told us to focus on. So we'll take that one. So if, for instance, in our plan we said large areas of interconnected habitats within the Delta and its watershed shall be restored by 2100, and it shall be substantially in the form of this map that we also have attached. It will be somewhere within this area that we've identified. That's a regulation. So if a covered action under our Act comes before us, it is inconsistent with that. If, for instance, a development to put in a hotel, and it's right smack dab in the middle of this map area that we've decided...
Flood bypass designated zone.
Then, under the regime that's set up in statute again, it could come before us on appeal. And we might say, well, that's inconsistent with the policy regulation that we've set forth in the plan. I don't necessarily think it is, but I'm just throwing that out as an example to kind of help you get your mind around
The regulation.
what a regulation could be.
Well, so again, let me try it a different way then. Perhaps a regulation could be a user fee. I don't know if that's possible or not, but a user fee of all who use water within the Bay Delta Basin.
You're going to have to be more creative than that, as best I can determine. The legislature did not give us fee-setting authority.
Again, and just to use another example, the legislation talks about it says establish migratory corridors for fish, birds, and other animals along selected Delta River channels. I'm making this up, but the regulation could be migratory corridors for all those things shall be established, and they shall be established in accordance or substantially in accordance with this map that we're going to include. That's our regulation. If a covered action comes before us and it's inconsistent with that, so along those lines.
That's a great example.
Well, and then I'm not the creative one, so I'm turning it over to you guys.
Mr. Wilcox.
I'll come up with some written recommendations.
Thank you.
Well, I think Mr. Stevens has done a great job of describing regulations, because many of those,
Trying to pin
I think,
everybody down.
get to kind of one of our priorities were land use issues within the Delta that don't preclude the restoration activities or the enhancement of ecosystem components within the Delta. So establishing regulations that described those areas of specific concern would be, I think, very helpful in evaluating actions that come before the council and making their determinations of consistency with the Delta plan.
What are there candidates from among the many documents, studies, reports, plans that Fish and Game has developed?
Well, I think in the conservation strategy we've identified areas
that fit in that
statutory language that could inform the map of places of specific concern. BDCP's also done that.
When you get back to us on this in a couple of weeks on the notion of what might be available from the strategy and what you and hopefully the federal agencies might recommend, would you think about structuring the answer in part addressed to the question of what might appropriately be recommendations, what might appropriately be regulations? I mean, to the extent you can. I understand it's not an immediately, easily answered question. Chris?
Yeah, I was going to ask a follow-on question because I think it's important. Obviously, BDCP and the statutory structure of the council's jurisdiction has a separate process, so to speak, for whether or not it gets incorporated into the plan. And if it meets the statutory criteria and sustains appeal, it gets permitted by the state and federal agencies and sustains appeal, presumably to this council, it gets into the plan automatically. So obviously we want to have the most flexibility we can in the plan that we have now, since BDCP seems to be lagging a bit. It's on a different schedule now. But the real question is, and I think Phil was alluding to it, if we look at the conservation strategy that you guys have, as well as the Delta Vision report and other reports, but including the BDCP, it'd be important to perhaps highlight areas where the conservation strategy doesn't mesh with the BDCP or it goes beyond the BDCP, ideas that we should be looking at that perhaps make the whole thing work. But I think that, from what I hear from the council, it's incumbent upon us to act now, and what we want to do is take a comprehensive view. So, any help that you can give.
Okay. Mr. Patterson.
Well, I think I agree with what Chris just said. First of all, I'd urge a little restraint on regulations to the council. I mean, in my view, you're putting a plan together. Your primary job is to make sure that you're there to hear appeals for people that are trying to do things that are inconsistent with the plan, and you'll make a judgment as to whether you agree with that or not. And then it won't be your decision on whether it goes forward or not. It'll be somebody else's. It'll be the agency that's going to take the action. So I think you need to have good regulations about how you're going to handle these appeals, have a solid plan, do what Chris said. Eventually, maybe it's on the first revision, we'll need to make sure that BDCP gets plugged in, assuming we meet all the requirements, to become part of the Delta plan. And then as activities are taking place, whether it's development in a floodplain or whatever it is, people can appeal that that activity isn't consistent with the Delta plan. The council can hear it. It's real clear how you make decisions on that and what the disposition of that is following this council's determination. So I'm not sure what, when you talk of regulations, I see the whole plan as basically the backdrop to make these appeal consistency determinations in the future. It's the entirety of the plan, as opposed to having, it sounds like you're thinking about having like a regulation that would say X amount of this or that or this kind of activity or whatever. I think that's all, to me, that's all integrated into the plan, and it's the plan that has to be the kind of the backdrop for what we want to see happen.
But if the plan has no specific content against which the other governmental agencies can measure their proposed content, I guarantee you that everybody will be in here complaining that they can't prepare to respond to nothing.
Yes.
Unless
I
you
agree.
want to have a body that does de novo hearings of everything, but I don't believe that's what the statute called for.
Right, and I'm not suggesting. I'm not suggesting the plan don't have stuff in it and the detail. I think it needs to. And it was just the way you launched into the regulations. That isn't the way I see it. I see that you guys have a plan. It's going to include BDCP in the plan ultimately, and that plan with all the details is what will be used to judge whether or not things are inconsistent with that or that are being proposed.
But your BDCP is struggling with a whole bunch of things. One of them is you do not yet have a comprehensive definition of a delta ecosystem we seek to achieve.
Right.
Now, I understand there are limits to BDCP that don't apply to the council because we have a somewhat larger mandate in specific areas.
Mm-hmm.
What could we now go to the public documents on BDCP and pull out that would fit into a comprehensive ecosystem development? That's what, the statute tells us to consider all plans for possible inclusion. A couple of them they say one I think they say finished plan. There's a unique characteristic on BDCP. But if we close our eyes to the 4 years and $150 million that's been spent and this body of public information, why would we do that? Yeah. I don't want to do that.
You shouldn't.
Well, okay, then how can we credibly, on the ecosystem, go through and not just, as Dr. Bennett says, pile a list of personal preferences. The legislative Christmas tree is the classic way to describe it. Any project that appeals to anybody anywhere gets on a list somewhere to make them happy. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in something more coherent. What in BDCP do we look at? What sections are there that meet the test?
If I were doing this, I would say work with, on this next draft, have Joe work with BDCP and figure out what will be compatible based on the draft that's done to put in there, and then see if that's what you guys want to do.
Be compatible with what?
With your goal of with what you need at this point. Yeah. Let's look at what we've done.
We have another problem. We are a potential appellate body on BDCP, and we are attempting very carefully not to compromise that appellate role for all the obvious reasons. So we're not going to talk. We're not going to review confidential information. We're only going to review public information, as I understand it.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that, Phil. What I was saying is to see if there's work that's done there that we know would be compatible, that in the judgment of the council is a good fit for this point in your process. That's all I was saying.
Can I just ask a practical question? Isn't one of the problems going to be that to the extent we put stuff in, let's say for ecosystem, same thing on water resources, one or another of the interest groups, if they like what we put in, they're going to say BDCP has to do this. If they don't like what we put in, they will demand that BDCP ignore it, overrule it, or something. And then when we get to water resources, exactly the reverse. And the inability to reach agreement is because fundamentally the interest groups have different interests and different priorities and different concepts, and all seek an abstract plan in the future without wishing to take any risk to get there anytime soon. And by the way, I say all the interest groups on that in my judgment.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think for purposes of what you're looking for in this version of the plan, I think in BDCP there's been agreement on a lot of the key pieces. And if you judge that those are not going to do the trick, fine.
But here's the thing. If I ask the question of, tell me which sections of the public draft have been fully agreed upon by all the interest parties.
Right.
We could go to the ecosystem sections, whatever there's in the public, and all the groups were there. They check off on it.
Right.
We could include everything.
That's what I would do.
No, all the interest groups would check off on everything there. I'm open to that argument if that's true.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Winternitz.
I gave all of you
a supplemental.
Yes, a supplemental to this appendix, and it's draft recommendations.
An appendix.
It's just called appendix. Draft recommendations to address delta habitat restoration needs based on BDCP habitat restoration objectives. And it lists the different types of habitats, acres to be restored within certain time frames. It is what BDCP put together plus, because us at Nature Conservancy took a look at this and included some of our own objectives. If this is something to what you're looking for in terms of regulations, I'm certain we can all work together on it and get you some recommendations
Okay.
shortly.
Yeah, I mean, that comes back to, when asked, your main authority, as I understand it, is this, consistency determination. And if that's the case, then, as I said in the very beginning of my comments and in the written 2-pager that I gave you, if you have a set of targets and a idealized, not perfect, but just a working hydrograph and a working habitat map, that defines the universe in which your consistency determination. I mean, that gives the vision to everybody of this is what we want to accomplish, and here's how we're going to measure it. And we're going to refine that over time. I think that this is going to be a living plan. But I think that's what I understood as sort of the primary regulation that you do. And if I'm missing something in terms of other regulatory ability that the council has, then I need to understand that better to think about other ways that the council can accomplish its purpose directly.
Okay, Joe?
I want to try and summarize what I think I've heard from you guys and kind of describe what I think the OAL, the Office of Administrative Law, is telling us about how you write a plan that then becomes regulatory in effect. And one thing that I think I've heard clearly is you would like us to first preclude people from doing harm. So stop the hotel that wants to build in the middle of a sensitive area. So you'd like to see the plan maybe lay out objectives in terms of habitat, but actually have a map that says these are key areas that people should not be developing in. Maybe have requirements for new levee work, that you look at setback levees, and that you not build in the floodplain in ways that where you might be able to restore it and actually make a real difference. So I heard that. The second area that I've heard is that you're really interested, Roger probably less so, but everybody else, in the hydrograph. And you all recognize that the state board has authority over that, but to the extent that we have influence, you would like regulations that somehow help push that model of changing the hydrograph to something that is more based on a natural flow regime forward. Is that what I'm hearing? Mm-hmm. Not for me. Well, I knew you would be different, right?
Okay, Gloria?
Yeah. Thank you very much for all the information this morning. A lot of my questions have been asked, but I want to go back to what Don brought up. And Mr. Bobker, I think he specifically said the Delta should be managed as one ecosystem, and there's been discussion about the Delta Conservancy perhaps providing oversight for implementation of projects that are underway and what the BDCP may eventually approve. Do you see the plan addressing the management, overall management of those activities that will be used to meet our co-equal goal? Or any of the panelists would like to address that? Because that's a piece that has not kind of been talked about. Do you see the plan addressing it, or where do you think that piece should be in terms of managing all the projects that have been agreed upon that will take us to meet our goal in terms of the ecosystem?
I'll start just because I think I started off with that point this morning, and so without repeating, I don't pretend to be an expert on governance. I pretend to be an expert on other things. So I don't know what the right solution is in terms of the exact new governance, but I do believe that there's some sort of need for improved regional government here because of the special nature of the Delta and the challenges to it. And whether that involves, as my bias tends to be, towards some sort of designation of the Delta as a unit, and it may be a virtual unit, but I think that's one way to go. When I say virtual, it could be in a mix of different ownerships and authorities, but has a working regional authority. that combines all of those. But what I know is that the current system, even with the best efforts of the Delta Protection Commission and local governments, I don't think is adequate to the task.
Okay. Anyone? Roger?
All I would say is I think we don't know what we're going to need totally in the long run. I think the Delta Conservancy is a good add to the mix, and I co-chaired the BDCP governance effort, and we've got more work to do on that, but there's a governance structure that you folks probably have, but it's not for the whole plan, but it's for the BDCP side of things, and it does rely on the Conservancy for a major part of this. And I guess we'll have to see what else comes out of this plan that needs to be done. This is designed to make sure whatever comes out of BDCP gets done. And so you can look at that and say, is that a good start or not? But in the long run, I'm sure 20 years from now we'll change the governance structure. That's just kind of what we do. I hope we're actually doing work by then.
Mr. Nordhoff?
Just trying to get back to something a little less esoteric, a little more tangible, perhaps. The relationship, if I can understand a little bit better, between...
Hank, could you put that mic up closer to you? Thanks. Thank you.
Between survivability of fish and flow rate. Bill, you painted it pretty much like the fish swimming rather than running a gauntlet. The big fish are standing around, and if they can go really fast, maybe they'll make it through it. Is it that simple?
Conceptually, it's very much like that. It's a gauntlet, yes. If one thing doesn't kill you, the other thing might tomorrow. That is a way that's why it's so difficult to figure out, like annual year class success of, say, delta smelt, because everybody wants to pin things on stresses and run correlations, but that's not the way the processes work. And so, what it is, it's a large game of chance. It's stochastic. Do you turn left? Do you turn right? Do you leave tomorrow? Do you leave next week? All these kinds of things, which fish have individual behaviors. These kinds of things, when they add up at the end of the year, determines year class success. And the same is true for salmon smolts. When they choose to run downstream, usually at night, it seems like the wild spawn fish tend to be very good about hugging the shoreline and hiding better. And so there are real subtleties involved here, but yes, it very much is a gauntlet. On the way to the pumps, if you get eaten, does it matter because you're going to go to the pumps anyway? Those kinds of issues make it really difficult to do what I do. Yes.
Bill, as a fish guy, do you have anything to add to that?
Fish and game guy.
Fish and game guy. But I think Bill describes the situation. There are other things that come with flow, turbidity, temperature, other things that reduce the suitability of habitat for predators or potential predators, and or increase the escapability of the fish that we're interested in.
But basically, the shorter the residence time in the water, the greater the possibility of surviving?
Well, it depends. Like, for example, with a salmon, higher residence time might be better because, what it does, it allows the types of food that will ensure its survival to grow better, and so it'll get a better nutritional value before it runs out to sea, And so it's a real trade-off. And this is why we say we need a landscape, a matrix of different kinds of habitat, and a real portfolio of different kinds of fish that do different things, And what it does, really, it's spreading your risk of mortality. And so that, by the time you want to have salmon come back into the rivers, one of those life history styles was doing something right. And so that it sort of evens out your population fluctuations. It's really creating that portfolio. It's very much like investing.
Some of this goes to the condition and the habitat that these species are moving through. So, in many cases, the habitat that's there is not very good, and it's conducive to predators. So residence time is not something that is a successful strategy for those species. But in if the habitat is more suitable, the conditions are more supportive of their needs, residence time can be an important thing. You know, for winter wren Chinook, they tend to spend time in the delta, and the conditions there aren't all that great. So by improving the quality of the habitat, you potentially increase their ability to grow and prosper and be fitter going to the ocean, as well as create conditions that don't place them in jeopardy so much.
Yeah, we've kind of homogenized the habitat rather than having a landscape of very different places. And so it's kind of made this one pool with a few checkpoints where predators tend to congregate. A lot of them are artificial structures. And, you know, like the issue with striped bass eating salmon, I mean, it's highly overblown, because what we've done is created a few places where it's very obvious where striped bass chow down on salmon smolts. And the hatchery practices we've used are just unconscionable. I mean, they're just absolutely stupid. You know, we take fish in a big truck, in a big tube, and siphon them out into the estuary, you know, at the same time, the same place. You know, and particularly for a predator, an opportunistic predator like striped bass, I mean, it's just ringing the dinner bell. They're just like dogs, and the analogy is perfect. I mean, you can actually train them if you go to Sassoon Marsh, and you know, you turn on a pump to pump out an island, one of the flooded islands. You know, you're just loading that slough full of sticklebacks, and there's going to be striped bass all over the place within 5 minutes. You know. And they have a daily routine where they go to these different places where they can know, because it's predictable, where they can get food. And
sounds like lobbyists right outside in the hallways.
Yeah,
of the Capitol
and so repeatedly stalking salmon like this, it's like the beaches of Normandy. I mean, it's just not smart, you know. And I think if you want to do a regulation, you know, do a regulation to revamp the hatchery and the stalking practices for salmon, you know. Put it into an organization where you do genetic diversity and life history diversity, so that we develop a portfolio approach to things, so that when it goes out to this sort of interconnected flooded habitat that we're going to create, it actually does some good, you know?
Yeah, if I could just add briefly.
I want you to be as descriptive and as colorful as Dr. Bennett.
I can't. When Bill forgets himself and goes away, I couldn't possibly keep up.
It's actually helpful.
Yeah. Two things. One is just that, you know, residence time is an issue, particularly when the conditions are altered so much and the habitat is so degraded that we want to move species quickly through the system. But in addition to wanting to improve habitat so we don't need to do that, clearly there are species that are resident all the time, so they don't really have much of a choice in terms of the only way they can shorten their residence time in the water is by evolving into a land-based creature, I suppose. But the other point I wanted to make is that the relationship between flow and survivability and the movement of these fish from dangerous areas to less dangerous areas is only one of the many mechanisms by which flow affects habitat. Mm-hmm. There are many, and they affect all these species in different ways and in combinations of different ways. So that's one of the reasons why it's very difficult sometimes to say what's the perfect number for flow, is because it really depends on what part of the ecosystem are you talking about, where and when. And, you know, it may be flooding floodplain habitat. You know, it may be providing nutrients. You know, it may be moving creatures from one area to the estuary to another as part of their life cycle. And it all, you know, and so you've got to aggregate all of that. And that's what part of the challenges is. There are ways to do that, but it involves judgment. You know, it's not like the number just leaps out from the data.
Yeah, that's why I used this cartoon to illustrate that. Mm-hmm. You know, with a surface where life gets better, really is that optimization. You know, it's that averaging of the benefits from all these different things that water can do. You know, and not one of them is perfect. You know, and there's no certain answer. You know, there's no magic number, which is what a big point that we made to the water board. And I think they did a lot of hard work and a credible job of coming up with the plan, the recommendations for flow.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We will be abusing each of you in the future frequently. Thank you for coming. And we look forward.
That's it?
Well, then I look forward to abusing you in the future, and we've got to start holding you to the time deadlines on the material. I mean, we really do. We don't have much time to consider stuff, so the sooner you get the stuff to us, the better. Thank you very much. We have 4 slips of paper up here, people who wish to talk. Let's start with Ms. Messer from the Delta Conservancy. Ms. Messer, you're in somewhere. Oh, there you are. Come on up here, please. Microphone over here in front. Is it on? You have to press the button on the post right there. Yep.
Great. Oh, now it's on. Well, thank you very much. As the lone person here, I guess, in person from the Delta Conservancy, I wanted to get up and say, first of all, greetings on behalf of the Conservancy. And I very much wanted to say that I appreciated the discussion this morning from the panel members regarding ecosystem restoration in the Delta. And in terms of balancing restoration with economic sustainability and water supply reliability, it was just great to hear a lot of discussion about the Delta Conservancy, to get an idea of the thoughts from the various entities in terms of roles and working together in the future. I also just wanted to get up and say that we are definitely up and running. As most or all of you know, we have hired our executive officer. I think today is his 4th day on the job, and unfortunately he wasn't able to join us here today. But I also wanted to mention that we have recently adopted our interim strategic plan, and we are finalizing the process of developing our strategic plan. And we greatly appreciate some future opportunities to work with the council, work with the various entities, be part of panel discussions, various other discussions in different forums regarding roles and regarding collaboration and cooperation and partnerships as we meet our mandates.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Zlotnick for the water contractors.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Greg Zlotnick with the state and federal contractors. Since Felicia's not here today, I'll bring out the Yogi Berra quote, which is, it's like deja vu all over again. Particularly the discussion about the flow issues that we heard from the panel. I think it's important to sort of remember what provided the impetus for the creation of the council and the need for the Delta Plan. And sometimes it's so obvious we forget it. But the state's water system is at risk. And what is at risk is not only the eco benefits that derive from it, but the economy of the state and a good chunk of the food supply for the nation. And so we don't have the luxury, really, of working from a clean slate or in a vacuum. The legislation was very clear in terms of it's changing over time from sort of talking about that kind of a process to one that did incorporate other plans, as you've discussed, and reserving jurisdiction to many of the agencies involved. And we do know, as you described, that unfortunately the system that we have is the system we have. It's in not the place you would put a major diversion if you had your choice, but it's there. And there's basically been direction, if you will, and through the BDCP and PPIC and others, and you heard from the panel that it does make sense to move the diversion and to try to have a flexible approach. And so it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, with all due respect to Senator Johnston, to start looking at a plan that doesn't include that, since that seems to be where the benefits are.
Just to make the point, that's not what I said. What I said is we're going to have a panel and discuss options to improve the ecosystem. We ought to include other views other than the ones that all end up saying stop diverting from the south and divert only from the north. So okay. I think we ought to just hear all the views.
Sure. And I didn't mean to misconstrue your statement. I did. The other issue that gets to, we heard from the panelists, a couple of them at least, was this notion of working to reducing exports as sort of a goal. And that gets into the discussion we've had before about what reduced reliance means in the statute, et cetera. But the fact is, as Mr. Bobker has alluded to in his written statement, about don't make it a lifeline, don't make it an addiction, I think he says, in terms of the exports. But the fact of the matter is this state has developed with a dependence on those exports. And
So your wish is to be enablers?
This gets to where we started with Delta Vision, if you recall. We started at Delta Vision with reduce exports, in essence. And where we ended up was improved management of the system overall to be able to reduce exports at the critical times when it makes sense for the ecosystem to do that, but it wasn't just an absolute reduction. And in fact, the lifeline that Mr. Bobker talks about in terms of making it, well, unfortunately, the lifeline is necessary during times of drought, which is exactly what we do now, where we export more during dry periods than wet periods, and so we're trying to move beyond that. And so the idea is to improve management of the system overall and to provide benefits for the co-equal goals, which includes the water supply goal. I think that the notion of reliability that we hear from some is that you can have a very reliable water supply, it just will not be adequate to meet the demands that are on it from the state, which by the definition in the legislation is one of the criteria that you're supposed to utilize in terms of defining meeting the co-equal goal, which is to meet the beneficial uses and to maintain the vitality of the economy of the state. The flow-centric model, which is basically what we heard a lot about today, hasn't worked. We know it hasn't worked. And I applaud the fact the council is looking at other stressors, improved management overall, and also it's not just the exporters that have an impact on flow, obviously, which this council has recognized in the past. Lastly, I would just say that I do very much appreciate that Mr. Stevens, in your discussion there towards the end about regulation and what that means, did repeatedly focus on covered actions being subject to that, which we appreciate, that it's not just sort of an amorphous issue. And then lastly, in terms of the ability to meet demands with conservation and alternative development of alternative supplies, which pretty much everyone is doing, that just cannot substitute for the volumes of water that we talk about through the projects. And so with that, I look forward to the discussion this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rockwell, Environmental Water Caucus.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide some comments. Mark Rockwell with the Environmental Water Caucus and the Federation of Fly Fishers. And I just wanted to kind of re-emphasize the one point that I think a lot of us have said for a long time, and that is, frankly, fish need water. And I think Mr. Wilcox stated that in his testimony or his discussion. And I think when we talk about moving a point of diversion from the south to the north, which may be totally appropriate and may be biologically sound, I think that concept is something that certainly needs to be evaluated, I think, from a full spectrum of facility sizes, not just implementing a 15,000 cubic foot a second facility because it's the preferred alternative that's come from BDCP at this point. So, you know, the Environmental Water Caucus, as we've recommended, would hope that the council will look at the full spectrum of sizing in order to find out what is not only cost effective but what is biologically appropriate, as well as meets the water reliability needs for the state. And I think also, in addition to that, just changing the point of diversion, if we don't implement some sort of a reduced diversion process or thinking from the delta itself, won't meet the biological needs, at least in our opinion, of what the delta fishery recovery process needs. I think everybody here, for the most part, talked about the importance of increased flows into and through the delta as a result of the experience we've had with reduced fisheries and where we want to get to, which is recovery. So I think, you know, moving the point of diversion is one consideration, but also that has to be done in conjunction with the reality of reducing flows. And I think the State Water Resources Control Board flow criteria certainly points to the direction that flow reductions are important, whether you get to what they talk about or something different than that. But flow reductions are part of that. And restoration, frankly, is a process that is linked to flows, and I don't think you can take or make up for flow reductions or the importance of flows just by doing restoration. It may be down the road, 20 or 30 or 40 years from now, where there's significant restoration that has occurred and there's better connection between, riverine habitats and shallow water habitats and those kinds of things, and recovery occurs of fisheries. And then that's a point where you may want to revisit, are the diversions able to change as a result of the successes that we hope to see. But I think in the beginning, you've got to tie restoration efforts with flow reductions. And one of the things I think that's important is for the council to actually define what less reliance on the delta really means, because there's all kinds of concepts flying around as to what does that mean. I mean, for us, it means less reliance on the delta means reduced diversions, but that may not mean what the federal or state water contractors think.
I assure you, they do not mean that.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Koutras from the Delta Counties Coalition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. After listening to the panel, I began to feel some sympathy for the task before you and your staff, and then I realized I just need to see my counselor. I'm probably suffering from the Stockholm syndrome. So. I did want to point out, and in response to Mr. Johnson and some other comments, that we are working with Mr. Hardy and Mr. Coolidge to have Delta counties be part of a workshop on either April 15 or 16. We're looking for equal time. So we'll be asking you for the morning or the afternoon.
Well, we're going to focus your attention on the elements of the Delta Plan that are relevant.
I see.
Not just providing equal time so opponents can argue with each other.
I see.
We need information.
We will endeavor to do that.
Please.
We will endeavor to do that, and we are discussing internally over the next few business days whether or not we can figure out how to accommodate your request on including the cities. So
yeah, very important.
We are discussing that.
Right.
I'm sorry the panel is not still here because I do have some comments for them. I will tell you from my vantage point in terms of the Delta counties, they were either cavalier or arrogant or have blinders on to what their recommendations to you are. They are unresponsive to the task and the priorities before you in regards to the Public Resources Codes, particular 29702B, tells you and tells them that they have to protect and maintain, and I'm going to skip the enhance and restore, but protect and maintain the agriculture, wildlife habitat, and recreational activities of the Delta. Now, I heard comments such as, well, water's going to the people, it's got to change. Well, where are we supposed to do that? How are we supposed to move the people out who are using the water? Another comment is, very cavalierly, well, ag in the future won't be the same in the Delta. We're talking about residents and the Delta as a place. The Delta counties passionately protect that, and you're going to hear that when we talk to you about our land use policies. And to put forward very cavalierly that the water use of the people has to be reduced, that ag has to be reduced, does not comport with the state's goals as embodied in the legislation. It says protect and maintain. So I wanted to bring that out.
I'm sorry, what's the word maintained? Which section?
Public Resources Code 29702 sub B, protect, maintain, and I'm skipping the part where it says enhance and restore. It's on page 4.
Yeah, that's the legislative declaration. It is not the definition of the co-equal gold. The co-equal gold definition, which appears twice in the statute, which is the controlling action, does not have the word maintain. Now, I know you would argue that it should, but it does not.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would argue that when I look at the intro to 29702, legislature further finds and declares that the basic goals of the state are the following: that A, B, C, and D have equal weight. That's what I would argue on behalf of the Delta counties. And so I'm just pointing that out, trying to be responsive to the panel comments today, that had they been sitting here, I would ask them to take that to heart, and just as you're asking them from their advocacy standpoint to give you recommendations, I would have asked them, how would you meet that as well?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koutras. Mr. Verboon from Verboon Farms. Good to see you again, sir.
Good to be here. I'll actually be here to harass you again tomorrow.
Well, we're happy we can come closer to where you are. So,
I'll start off with one point that I think we'll all be in agreement is, and that's there's not enough water available today to maintain the current habitat at a healthy level. After that, now, you're probably not going to like what I have to say, but you're looking for a regulation. How about a stop store during the dry summers when you have the lowest flows going in? I was looking at some of the storage charts going last year, and last year being the last dry year that we had, and they were actually storing water during periods the driest time of the year on the San Joaquin side. The Sacramento River has enough water, the San Joaquin does not, and yet we were still overstoring water during dry periods of time. I think if you're going to have a healthy San Joaquin Delta, you're going to have to stop that. I think another way of contributions, both financially and or through water, there needs to be some contributions, and you have to set values on the water. And in my opinion, the highest value water is the cleanest and the coldest. And the cleanest and the coldest water comes from Hetch Hetchy, Pardee, and Comanche reservoirs. Now, if they would like to maintain the high quality water, which I'm sure they would, they need to replace that with funding. And that funding can then maybe entice some agricultural units into selling some water for the Delta restoration.
You're going to have some panelists from the upper northern part of the state who might want to talk to you about whether that's a good idea, but that's after our 2 o'clock. That's our 2 o'clock panel discussion.
The other thing is that the habitat that exists in the San Joaquin Delta is probably enough habitat. It just doesn't have enough water, and the water's on the Sacramento side, and the habitat's on the San Joaquin side, and it doesn't make for a good current mix, is what we're seeing right now. So, and in the future, one of the panelists noted that you have to track the water that's reduced or taken from users to see that if it's truly doing what it needs to be doing and enhancing the environment and the fisheries. And with that,
thank you very much. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the last of the blue slips I had on the ecosystem. Is there anyone who wants to add anything, and then we'll make you fill out a blue slip later? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to recess, and we're going to start, well, let's see, at 2 o'clock. We told the panelists to be here at 2. So we're going to be back starting at 2 o'clock on the water resources, or reliable water supply discussion. Thank you very much. Panelists up here. Folks, I've got to report to you that the sound system is very sensitive to Blackberries, and it isn't good enough to just mute them. Randy makes me turn mine off, and the sound guys eventually come up and confiscate your Blackberry or your cell phone if you have it on, because the sound system buzzes, crackles, and so on. So if you can turn it off, we would appreciate it very much. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff.
I don't know that I need to go through everything that I went through this morning, but I will just reiterate that the next draft plan will be coming out a week from tomorrow, and that today we'd hope to get ideas for things that we could incorporate into that draft, particularly in the area of policies that the council should adopt. And policies, the way the regulatory system for the plan works is if you have a policy, let's say it's a policy that says you shouldn't build on floodplains that are connected to the delta system because they're important for ecosystem, that becomes something that you judge consistency with for the delta plan, and that's how they have a regulatory effect. So we're interested in that as we move ahead. With that, Mr. Hardy, I'm sure, would be glad to.
Okay, I saw Miss Hannock here somewhere. Talk to her. There she is. She went back to her car to get her heavy jacket, it being brisk inside this room.
There's one further down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Hardy, do you want to start this off?
No, but
So this is the second panel of the day, and I will make the mosquito announcement early for those of you who missed it. You may need mosquito spray. We're keeping it really cold in here in hopes that it won't reach that critical temperature.
If we shiver, the mosquitoes go into repose. Is that what it works?
Yes. So what I'm going to do is ask each of the panelists to do a brief self-introduction, and then we will begin with the initial 5-minute presentations. I do have a timer with lights, and I appreciated the diligence of the first panel in respecting more or less the 5-minute time limit, and we'll continue to have high expectations for this afternoon's panel.
They more or less complied with the time limit. Mm-hmm.
You only interrupted them 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
Well, it was more of a recommendation than a regulation on that. So, the panel presentations are really about getting you to a conversation with the council members on the subject of water supply and all the components. And I think we'll also hear a little bit more from Chris Stevens as a provocateur this afternoon as well at my request. So why don't we just get each of you do a brief personal introduction. And I want to say I appreciate everyone who has found the time not only to show up here today, but also to give some thought to the specific topics that we asked you to provide responses to, and also to prepare the handouts. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming. I look forward to an interesting afternoon. Just for those of you who weren't here, I have nothing to do with the substance of the Delta Plan or any decision-making around the Delta Plan. My role is...
He's just following orders.
Simply to assist in having as useful a dialogue as possible. So, Dr. Hannock, you can introduce... Let's just do the introductions first.
On the shaft of the microphone is a little button that you can barely see, but when you press it, it turns red, and the sound system is on.
There we go.
There we
Hi.
go.
So I'm Ellen Hannock. I'm an economist. I'm Ellen Hannock. I'm an economist and senior fellow with the Public Policy Institute of California.
Okay. By the way, we are simulcasting this and also videotaping it, and we post it on the website. So if you speak into the microphone more loudly than is necessary for just us, it helps a lot on the video. Okay, Mr. Guy.
David Guy, Northern California Water Association.
Mr. Peltier.
Yes, Jason Peltier with Westlands Water District. I grew up near Weed Patch and went to Chico State and have been doing water for a few years.
And was a famed and feared federal water official for a certain period of time.
Okay.
Jonas Minson with the Planning and Conservation League.
Kamyar Gavechi, Department of Water Resources. I'm currently acting Deputy Director over Integrated Water Management. Wear a second hat. I manage the Division of Statewide Integrated Water Management. and over the last decade or so working on the California Water Plan update.
And there's no particular reason why there's a chair between you and Jonas, is there? No, I just wanted to know if there was anything we needed to know about. I think the seating is appropriate. So we didn't have any particular order for the panelists last time. I think that is probably consistent here. So if we can just start with you, and we will move down the row, Dr. Hannock, that would be great if you're ready.
I'm ready. And I apologize. I know that you all had hoped to have my comments with bullets, and I had to write full sentences, but I tried to keep it short.
That's what you told me.
Yeah. So, and I guess my message, I'm going to be talking based on some of the work that I've been involved with over several years with. This is collaborative, interdisciplinary work with folks from UC Davis, and now most recently also with Stanford and Hastings and UC Riverside. And the finding of all of this work, some of which focuses on the Delta and some of which looks at California overall, is that the Delta is the biggest water supply reliability issue in the state. So, you all, I'm not saying anything new to you. You know it's a precarious supply hub, both because of the levee reliability issue, but also because of the imperiled ecosystem. And both of those are already causing concern for water supply reliability. And if you project out into the future, that's just going to be even more the case. So here's my basic pitch, which is that the Delta Plan really ought to include in it the recommendation to have some form of alternative conveyance at some point. This is a 100-year plan. That's going to be a necessary component of water supply reliability for the state, to think about that. This is based on our independent research on this is the best way to simultaneously address the co-equal goals of water supply reliability and restoring the Delta ecosystem. Now, in the most recent work that we did, this is a report that came out a couple weeks ago, Managing California's Water from Conflict to Reconciliation. We did some specific new analysis on the Delta, and we looked in particular at urban conservation and how much that could contribute to a Delta solution. This was one of the things that the Delta Vision Task Force had pointed to as part of a solution, and we thought this was worth looking at in more detail. We find that it actually can make quite a bit of difference. So looking out to mid-century with a population of about 65 million people, 30% urban conservation relative to the levels of 2000, which pretty much is like the 20 by 2020 goals of the recent legislation, would save you about, reduce urban demand south and west of the Delta by about 3 million acre feet. That's a lot of water. And we don't comment on how that water could be used, but basically by reducing the pressure of urban demand, it basically provides flexibility either for more environmental flows or for more agricultural water use or some combination thereof. And clearly we also look at if you do reduce the amount of exports from the Delta, it takes some of the pressure off of ag flows and ag water use. And the key message here is that by economic incentives alone, if there are environmental cuts to Delta water exports, ag will bear the brunt of it just by the economics of it, because the urban sector can pay a lot more and can afford desal and recycling and buying water from the remaining folks who have water down in the San Joaquin Valley. So that's kind of a key message in terms of thinking about balancing. We also looked at the role of what would happen if we face the kind of dry future climate that some of the climate models are predicting. And we find that even with urban conservation, that the Delta just becomes so much more important as a supply hub, because the ability to move water from north to south and from east to west is really key. So in terms of thinking about that kind of a future, alternate conveyance is even more important. And then I want to highlight that urban conservation and alternate conveyance are not the only important things for water supply reliability relating to our sort of statewide water system. We also emphasize the importance of addressing groundwater management in parts of the state that aren't doing that well yet. And the San Joaquin Valley, and particularly the Tulare Basin, has huge issues there. And we're suggesting that that the state board already has authority to assert the reasonable use doctrine to basically tell locals they've got to get a management plan together that is more sustainable. This is something that's going to become even more critical if there are reduced delta exports over the long term. And then finally, a big part of the theme in how we look at this is water markets. And this is why we don't specifically say that there should be regulations for for agricultural water conservation. We're saying there's going to need to be agricultural water conservation as part of the overall package, but the way to do this is by encouraging and improving the way the market works. Farmers are businessmen, businesswomen. They're making decisions based on price signals, and one of the key price signals is the price of water in alternative uses. Right now, there's still a lot of pretty low value water use, including south of the Delta, and the way to help to make that available for other uses is to allow those price signals to work. And we're suggesting there again that the state board can use the reasonable use doctrine to basically help to push water market functioning at the local level. And I'm done.
Okay.
So thank you.
Mr. Guy.
Thank you, Chairman Eisenberg and members of the Stewardship Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be on your panel today. Represent Northern California, pretty much Sacramento North, and I think as folks generally know, it's a region that has about 2 million acres of farmland, has 6 national wildlife refuges, as well as more than 50 state wildlife management areas, has about half of the endangered and threatened species in the state of California, and it has Jason's alma mater at Chico State. The rural communities kind of sprinkled throughout the region. We would like to see a successful Delta plan. I think everybody here, is here because we want to see a successful Delta plan. And I'm just going to touch on 5 bullets to get started today that we believe are helpful to move towards a successful Delta plan. The first is, I think, we've said it a lot, but just to focus on the Delta. The temptation in all these processes has always historically been to want to be everything to everybody, and to me a successful plan will focus on the Delta, and the biggest challenges that you have are in the Delta and should be the focus of your energies. The second, when we look at the Delta plan, it doesn't feel to us like there's kind of an overarching overall strategy and approach to what the objectives are. I know you had a lot of discussion this morning about that, and it just feels to us like there could be a little bit more of a approach. And really, in our view, the approach is to stabilize the Delta, both literally and figuratively, and that would be, I think, benefited by some clear objectives in what you're trying to accomplish, what we are looking for with respect to the Delta. Third bullet. We believe that optimizing public trust resources is something that ought to be really strongly looked at. We believe that the concept of restoring a natural hydrodynamic is not particularly helpful to the conversation. We have 38 million people, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to restore California to a natural state. I think is what we're really trying to do is to optimize our resources, and that includes the public trust resources. And I think Ellen and her colleagues at the PPIC, I think, characterized this quite nicely in their most recent report when they, I think, talked about conservation by reconciliation is, to me, another way to look at that. And I think that is probably a better approach that will, I think, help bring us all together to help solve this challenge. Fourth, I think that the Stewardship Council itself should strive to be a very effective coordinating body. I know that in the questions there was this discussion of regulations versus recommendations, and I think that's an important discussion because your legislation obviously does touch on that. But to me, if the Stewardship Council become an extremely effective coordinating body, I think you will serve your purpose quite well. There's a lot of regulatory bodies out there, as I think you again touched on this morning, that I'm just guessing are not going to concede any of their power to you. That's just a bet that I have sitting here today. I doubt that Fish and Wildlife Service is going to concede anything to you. State Water Board, just go down the list. And so, but to me, you can serve in a very effective coordinating body. And to me, with, you've got very capable counsel, Mr. Stevens and others, and I think serving in that role would be really a benefit to everybody. And then the final point that I will leave with is this concept of promoting regional sustainability. Again, you don't have to be everything to everybody, but there are a lot of really exciting, good, independent actions that are going on out in the regions that depend upon the Delta watershed. And to me, you can promote regional sustainability and do so in a way that will then have people want to contribute to meeting your co-equal goals. And I think that's part of this art of coordination that we talked about a moment ago. And I think you're supporting independent actions outside the Delta, the legal Delta, I think is a formula for success. So look forward to the conversations as we go forward.
Start at the top, and I guess I should share this with my panelists. My handout is a graph, and it amounts. My request for your priority focus arises out of this graph. The request is fix this graph, please. And I believe there's some in the back, but this is the picture of water supply reliability that we have faced over the last 20 years, not only in Westlands, but in the 28 other water districts, federal water districts south of the Delta. The largest body of wetlands also implicated by this uncertainty. And a lot of customers in Santa Clara Valley Water District also rely on this, live in this world. This picture shows you that it doesn't really matter what the water year type is. You know, we're long removed from the world where there was a rule curve that said if there's this much water in storage, this is how much is going to be delivered to you. We are living in a world where layer upon layer of environmental protections, so-called environmental protections, have been come to define our world, our lives, and it's uncomfortable and difficult for the economy and the people that look to the Delta as a place where their water is exported from. Great example is right now. I mean, I think we've been in flood control operations for 6 months, and given those early storms we had, and we are at 50% supply. And if we get anything more, in order to get anything substantially more, we have to see the San Joaquin River in a flood stage. So that's part of the challenge we face, and if we can find a way to, if your plan can capture and address the conveyance issues in a way that gets us back to, we don't expect to get back to that 100% supply 100% of the time. We recognize that's not reality, but get us back into a world of sustainable water supplies. That will be very important. The two kind of next priorities that will make that possible are, one, dealing with the ecosystem and addressing the ecosystem needs. Mind you, ostensibly, the losses we've faced through these years, average of a 40% cutback, 60, 90% cutbacks, that's been in the name of helping fish and the environment. And we're all aware of the state of the fisheries. Some fisheries, some are thriving, some are suffering, continuing to suffer. But for those that we care about, those few native fish that are in the system, obviously these actions have not brought about the kind of positive change in environment that those fish are looking for. But we do recognize and have, since the Central Valley Project Improvement Act was passed, is our critical path for us to get to reliable and adequate water supplies runs through a healthy ecosystem, and we are struggling mightily to define what that would be in the BDCP process, and so it is. We recognize that. I mean, actually, in a way, fixing the conveyance issues, either through a canal or a tunnel or just through Delta, is a relatively straightforward, easy challenge compared to addressing the fishery issues. The third important thing that I think that you all can do is cause decisions to be made. I think the world of scientific uncertainty we're in is going to cause the Endangered Species Act regulators to say, we can't permit anything to go on here, even if it's in the name of helping the fish, because there'll be so much uncertainty, it'll be so easy for them to, and so safe for them to draw a conclusion of anything you're trying to do will be an adverse modification of this critical habitat, that that we won't get decisions made. So your pressure to make that happen is essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Minton.
Good afternoon. I'm so thrilled to be here. I wore a suit today. And that's because you all are actually poised to do something. And today we hope that the 4 specific recommendations for the plan are going to help you do that. So in your package you'll see there's a one-pager entitled Top 4 Actions to Achieve Co-Equal Objectives. And there's another piece I'll touch on is how you actually pay for it. So let's start with the first, which is getting the State Water Resource Control Board, not you, but the State Board, to start now on updating flow standards. I know there's been some discussion as to whether that can happen after decisions on conveyance are made. I don't think that's actually consistent with the law when folks go in to get a change in point of diversion. At the same time, if there is a proposal for new conveyance, they should start working on these standards for new conveyance. Second item, and these are all equal, and they are all to address actually all 3 of your priorities: water supply reliability, ecosystem restoration, and delta's place. You can see how the first one, State Board flow standards, will help reliability of supplies, it'll help the fisheries, and it'll help preserve the in-delta uses as well. So the second priority is to prioritize delta levies for improvement and approve funding consistent with those priorities. That has not yet been mentioned, but if those levies go, it's not going to be good for people in the delta, it's not going to be good for the fish, and it's not going to be good for the water supply reliability. That's something you can do and should be at the top of your list. The third item is to call upon the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and other folks to look very closely, do very thorough due diligence on an alternative conveyance sizing. You've heard me discuss this before. There's a sheet in your packet that outlines in one page what those advantages are. In summary, it costs about half. In most circumstances, it provides about 97% as much water as a larger facility. It provides an urban water supply insurance policy should there be massive levee failures. It reduces, to some extent, reverse flows, and it provides some fish screening at the upper intake. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, it's something that might actually get done. It might make it through the regulatory and the political litigation processes. Fourth priority is to work with delta interests, with delta interests and others, including Metropolitan Water District and Westlands, on a phasing of restoration projects. BDCP said, let's go out and plan to do 100,000 acres all at once. Well, that is counterproductive. It scares people off in the Delta. And as we heard earlier today, you just can't go out and do those projects like that. There are a lot of issues. Let's go through the process. Let's start those efforts. Let's have intensive monitoring. Let's see what actually works before we go out and say we're going to do another 10, 20, 30,000. That isn't to say I'm advocating slowing up. I'm saying go as fast as you can, but it is not as fast as others have thought. Let me touch quickly on the simplified and affordable financing plan. First, for levies, Prop 1E. Proposition 1E was approved for that. You have already accepted that as a responsibility. For conveyance, a new, might not even be a tunnel, might be a cut and fill pipeline of 3,000 CFS, costing about half. Where does that money come from? Well, most of the benefit, certainly in terms of insurance, goes to urban water districts. Around half, they might be able to actually pay that. Delta ecosystem restoration, I do not recommend that you all hope, and I say hope, that there's going to be some kind of user charge, public goods charge in the next 5 years. It might happen, that'd be a bonus, but it will be a real challenge. So it's looking at existing funds, existing efforts by others, including again Metropolitan and Westlands using their own funds, and putting together as much as you can. Then, as time unfolds and we see what the California economic climate looks like, perhaps as part of the next water bond, which we think would be a smaller and more focused bond, including funding for the next phase. Those are our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kovich.
Good afternoon. What I hope to do is share with you the key themes and actions from the Update 2009 of the Water Plan, and hopefully convince you to incorporate as many of those actions into the Delta Plan that make sense.
This is the multi-page document.
I actually have two handouts.
Yeah.
One is Invest in Innovation and Infrastructure. This is the one I sent in earlier. And then after I got the 4 topics, I got a sense that I should also prepare another handout that says revise actions, related actions selected from Water Plan Update 09, which provides some more specificity for our discussion period. So a lot of time and effort has gone into Update 2009 of the Water Plan. Many people have been participated. And what that means is there is a lot of agreement on what's in there. And I think that's an important message. Really, the key approach here is we need to invest in both innovation and infrastructure. And this is the big we. And for innovation, this includes governance improvements. We really have to recognize that the decentralized water governance is at the heart of a lot of our challenges. And even within state government, it is now 27 different state agencies are on the Water Plan's steering committee, state agency steering committee, because it takes that many state agencies that have authority and responsibility over making decisions. So I think we really need to leverage collaborative multi-organization venues like the Council, like the Strategic Growth Council, to help us align our many plans as we move forward. And to the extent that the Delta Plan can signal that the coordinating body should be the Delta Stewardship Council, the Strategic Growth Council, and others that I've listed, it would be very helpful. The other innovation is we need to align our planning and public process and improve on them. And the integrated regional water management effort is a good example of how that can work. Our information technology needs to be improved. We do not have the information that we need when we need it to make integrated water management decisions. And there are a number of actions in the water plan aimed at improving our data collection, management of that data, how it's published and distributed, and analytical methods that are behind that. The other is research and development. We have to do our best to advance and improve and commercialize new water and energy technology, improve our data collection and exchange systems, and to develop the analytical tools that we do not have today to do good integrated water management. On the infrastructure investments, there are really 3 categories: regional projects, interregional projects, and statewide systems. And in the water plan, we have identified 27 different resource management strategies that can and should be implemented in different parts of the state in the mix that makes most sense to them. As far as investment and funding, I believe that state government really needs to focus on the innovation improvements with or without federal cost share, and at the same time provide seed money to incentivize the infrastructure improvements to leverage both local funding and federal funding. and that the state level of investment in infrastructure would obviously be linked to the level of public benefits. Now, one of the things we grapple with is we do not today have a stable fund for and revenues for water planning and investments in California. There was some discussion by the legislature of the Water Resources Investment Fund a few years ago. That was tabled, and I think we really need to take that up again. As part of the Update 2013 work in the water plan, we are putting together or convening a financing strategy work group to come up with a finance plan that would be rolled up from regional investments. On page 3 of the handout, I've summarized the cost estimates for innovation and infrastructure, both accumulated through 2030 and then on an annual basis. So the innovation actions would take about $1 to $3 billion in the next 20 years. That's about $50 to $150 million a year that state government should pay. Infrastructure is between $30 and $100 billion, or about $1.5 billion to $5 billion a year. Now, if we assume that state or public funds provide even 20% of that, that would require about $6 to $20 billion a year. $6 to $20 billion over the next 20 years, or about $300 million to $1 billion a year. So I know my time's out, so I can stop there, and during the Q&A, I guess the one message I'd like to say, and I think it was touched on, I think we really need to leverage the integrated regional water management approach that the state has invested in, now approaching $1.5 billion. And that I think it would be most constructive for the Delta Plan to lay out the goals and intended outcomes, but then really direct the 45 regional water management groups throughout the state to put up their plan for what mix of strategies they would offer to meet those intended outcomes. And to recognize that the diversity in California makes it very difficult for a state plan to say, go do these strategies, because the minute we do that, there is some area of the state that we have overlooked. Thank you.
Phil? I have a question. Jason, this is a helpful chart. Does Westland have the ability to chart water usage over a similar period of time, or at least in more recent decades, both surface water and groundwater?
Yes, we have a tremendous amount of data about our district and how water is managed within it. We have almost the high corner of every 160 acres has a metered turnout, and so and we have strict policies about no runoff from farms, and so yeah, we have groundwater data, we have actual use data. We have very little groundwater in Westlands. We maybe have 200,000 acre feet of safe yield, and when you look at how we you can delve into a year and really get a picture of how we manage these limited resources. If you look at 2009, for instance, where we had a 10% allocation, our farmers overdrafted a lot. We had carryover water from the previous year that was in San Luis Reservoir that we were able to put to use, plus that 10%, and some transfers. So yeah, we've got all that data that we can share.
Is there also a summary of cropping patterns over the years, and to what extent does that affect the concern about what you call sustainable water supply?
Yes, we have good charts that show what's happened to our cropping patterns, and it's an intriguing picture when you look at it. You can see over the 40-year period, roughly, that we've been getting project water, that not from the beginning to the end, but over that span of time, we've seen cotton in Westlands go from 300,000 acres to 17,000 acres. almonds from 152 acres to 70,000 acres, tomatoes from 6,000 acres to 100,000, lettuce from 600 to 20,000 acres, and we've seen fallow ground go from 4,000 acres to a high in 2009 of 250,000. So, and we have all of those by crop in spreadsheets over, from the beginning that we'll provide.
Thank you.
Randy?
I'm going to try a different approach this time. I've got a different question for each panelist. Beginning with Alan, you talked about the concern about groundwater overdraft and suggested that the State Water Resources Control Board weigh in and determine how to best deal with that. What about the local areas? Years ago, AB 3030 created or urged the creation of local groundwater management groups that forced or encouraged cooperation. What about expanding upon that approach as opposed to the State Water Resources Control Board approach to groundwater management?
Thanks, Randy. What we're suggesting a kind of a hybrid there. And in a sense, if you look at what's happened thanks to the AB 3030 program and the grants that DWR was able to make available for groundwater monitoring and planning, a lot of places that were not doing very good monitoring are now doing that. So I can think of a lot of places in the Sacramento Valley, for example. The Westlands has been, water's so scarce there, you guys have been doing that for quite a while, but we're in a much better position now to be able to move to the next step. The concern with just having it be voluntary is that things have to get really bad before people will get really serious about controlling and managing the resource. And you can look at the lessons from Southern California and the Silicon Valley where things did get really bad because there was just the capacity to do so much more pumping because of urban populations. Those typically went to court and took a long time to resolve. And what we're suggesting is instead of the adjudication kind of model where you go in and allocate in a detailed way all of the rights, that you kind of combine some regulatory pressure with a locally developed solution. And so the idea would be that the board would say, look, guys, with overlying this particular basin that's a real problem, you've got to come up with a performance plan here that is going to get you to sustainable management, figure out how you're going to do it. You've got X number of years to do it. If you don't, then we'll come in. Because I think otherwise the voluntary approach is likely to not work. And I think we can see this in Kern County where there have been attempts to try to do this unsuccessfully through a voluntary system.
David, you talked about the need for an approach and recommended that the priority should be to stabilize the delta. Can you give us some examples of what stabilizing the delta means?
She had some. Well, I mean, I think right now, of course, it just looks like a hodgepodge of efforts, right? I mean, Judge Wanger is essentially controlling the operations of the Delta right now through the various operation plans, and I think that obviously is one alternative, one route that can people consider. But beyond that, I think we need to get to a point where there's a process in place, and I think, to be honest, I think BDCP is going in the right direction for what I think can ultimately do that if it stays on the right course, and that's provided where you have the export water supplies and the ecosystem somehow linked in some fashion where the two make incremental progress together, and there's a process where you can have people working together to solve those problems short of being in federal court. I guess that would be the simple answer, and of course I think part of that means that you don't have the rest of the state then sitting there being critical of that process works and it can succeed in that environment.
Okay. I'll wait for the next three for later.
Ms. Gray.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. One of the panelists talked about developing a strategy in addressing the levees, what type of criteria would you use to prioritize the levees? Would it be from an economic perspective or loss of life, or what would be your perspective on that, how to actually prioritize them? I think it was Jonas.
Yes.
Is it you? Okay.
I do have the advantage that I got to work with the people in the Division of Flood Management at the Department of Water Resources, so that gave me some perspective. Certainly, protection of life has to be first. That's the highest value that we're there to protect. But then I think you have to get into what priorities are, and that is a function of things like, well, what levees are needed to maintain the South Delta point of diversion that we hear a lot about. And it may be that sometime in the future, 15 years plus, that the South Delta will not be used as a point of diversion, but likely it's going to be used for a long, long time. So what levees are necessary there? Then I think it's working with the locals to say, well, not just imposing our priorities on them, but based on their local knowledge. What are the levees that can be maintained, can be improved? What are the lands, as was mentioned in the first panel, that are best used for sustainable agriculture, wildlife-friendly agriculture? And what ones are perhaps better as events unfold to be returned to some kind of more aquatic habitat? So you do it with them instead of just imposing the priorities on them. But certainly life, water supply is going to be one of them, and then the mix of in-delta uses, both agriculture and habitat.
Paterno. Well, Mr. Minton, talk about Paterno while you talk about these other things, then come back to Mr. Peltier on the same subject, please.
I believe you're referring to the Paterno decision that held that the state was liable when it assumed certain levees up in Yuba as part of the state system of flood protection. By the state being in there, and we are in there right now with flood subvention or delta subvention money and so forth, I don't think coming up with priorities necessarily changes the state's liability. I don't think it makes us any more liable from a financial standpoint. And let me point out that even though the state has not been held financially liable for levee breaks in the Delta, when you have a levee break, like on Jones Track, what happened? The state spent about $100 million to repair the levee and to help pump out the island. So there's the legal liability, and then there's our liability as a society. And sometimes we're going to pick up those costs for a variety of reasons, even if a court doesn't hold us liable.
So you draw no meaningful distinctions between project and non-project levies in terms of levy policy?
Fortunately, I'm not a judge, and I'm not going to make those distinctions.
But as a public policy advocate, because these 4 points were, 4 points were quite interesting to me. Mm-hmm. They were to Ms. Gray. I'm just kind of carry the point on upgrading and prioritizing.
If there's a levee that's protecting an urban area, I think it's in the state's interest to ensure that has at least 200-year protection. Whether that's a project levee or non-project levee, I think that makes sense. Other areas, if it's for the water supply conveyance that through Delta, when the state has a major financial interest in that water supply for Southern California, San Joaquin Valley, and parts of the Bay Area, just as we have already been investing in it, I don't see that that's a change in the state's policy.
Mr. Peltier.
I think it's relatively easy to prioritize the levees in the Delta. The levees around Grand Island should be the top priority. Because I live on Grand Island.
Pat?
Though I would say this, like many issues in the Delta, this question is complicated and controversial, and there are widely varying views of the science and the engineering and the facts as people see them. They see different facts. Well, you've all seen the tombstone chart of frequency of earthquakes, and how the USGS has come up with this astronomically high probability of a major earthquake in the next 30 years. And DWR has modeled the failure of 20-some islands and what that means for the water supply system in California and so forth. But talk to the local engineers, and they will tell you they have quite different views. The levees are settled. We've never seen levee failure as a result of seismic activity. We've spent more and more over the years, and have had here recently relatively less failures, I guess you would say. But there's no escaping that in this place, the Delta, there's been something like 100 island failures throughout history, and there's no escaping that there will be more island failures. And so the question of where does the broader state interest lie is traditionally we've said it lies in maintaining the geometry of the Delta as it is, restoring islands. Well, we've let some go. Frank's Track was let go, and Liberty and Mildred, but the questions of, I don't think it's like anything. It's not there's no simple right answer here, and I think when the next island fails, there's going to be a judgment call, and a decision will be made. I think it's a crazy idea, these do not resuscitate kind of lists that have circulated before, where people say if these islands go, let them go, they're gone, we're not going to. That's not helpful, I think, in terms of the discussion and the decision-making process. I think you have to look at every island and look at an island where it's located, what that failure is, what implications it has from our perspective on the water quality management in the Delta, what are the habitat, what are the agricultural, economic, community implications, and weigh all that in the context of the time you're at.
Pat.
Jonas, this morning's testimony had a panel, all of whom concluded that for environmental benefit, the diversion point ought to be at the North Delta. Your recommendation is for a emergency safety valve, smaller intake at the north, and otherwise, presumably, continuing at the South Delta. Do you have a different view than they do on the science of what's beneficial for the ecosystem?
I'm not a biologist. It is my observation that when I listen to them, they comment on the complexity of that ecosystem. And listening to discussions in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan on things they call the effect study, what happens if you build a big facility. Nothing's really come out so far that shows what happens when you significantly alter the water quality within the south and central deltas. So how do fish do then? And we just don't know what that case is. But there's another science that applies here, or two sciences, political science and economics, if you consider economics to be a science, which is it doesn't really make any difference if a big facility would be even better. And I'm leaving the assurances aside that it's operated correctly, if you can't build it. And right now, I don't see the path to getting it built. I don't see people coming up with more than $12 billion, and I don't see it making it through the political, regulatory, litigation hurdles that it's going to have to surmount. So that leads me to say, well, maybe some folks want this big facility, and I understand that. But if you can't build it, is there something you can do that achieves significant benefits? And I'd note that based on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan's own analyses, that a 3,000 CFS conveyance which might be a pipe, by the way, instead of even a tunnel, even easier to build, can deliver in virtually every circumstance, unless you blow out the South Delta, 97% of the water that the big one does. It can take the big gulp. Now, it's taking more of that big gulp out of the South Delta, but that big gulp is supposed to be taken when there's a lot of water going into the delta. So the reverse flows aren't going to be quite as big an issue. So I'm trying to think of it not only from a biological perspective, but from a practical perspective. We could sit around here for another 15 or 20 years arguing about building a big facility, but I don't think we're going to build one or make that decision, a lasting, enforceable decision, in the near term. And maybe we should do something that would have at least incremental benefits.
Yeah, sure.
Because we're all supposed to be able to talk, right?
Of course.
Come on, you guys.
No.
Jonas, I appreciate your creative thinking and your realistic thinking, and because you make some points that are hard to disagree with. But I'm not sure that in today's political environment, yes, having a conversation about a 3,000 CFS isolated facility seems like, that would be pretty easily done and doable, and you could rally. The opposition would have a hard time coming up with reasons it shouldn't be done and so forth. But I think that's just this environment right now. I think in the reality of the decision-making process, when you start looking at even a 3,000 CFS diversion, it would face all the same arguments, all the same hurdles, and be not that much less complicated to get a decision made than on a large facility. And I think while we say we want in BDCP to look at a 15,000 CFS, we're settled on that. That's where our focus of analysis is. Are we settled that has got to be the outcome that we'll only be happy with? Heck no. I mean, the outcome we'll be happy with is an adequate and reliable water supply. And whether it's whatever the size is, or even without an isolated facility, if we could find a way to get water moved through Delta on a reliable basis, that gets us quite a ways down the road. It leaves a lot of other issues unanswered: water quality, seismic vulnerability, and fishery issues, to say the least. But I think the conversation about how big the facility is one that I would admit that we have handled poorly, because I think the analysis shows that the operational restrictions, the fears that if we build a large canal, Southern California and San Joaquin Valley agriculture are going to suck the delta dry and turn it into a inland salt sea, is just nonsense. And the analysis we've done shows that, and the history of regulation of the existing projects shows that would never happen. But it is something we have not done a good job of, because the issue, the conversation persists and the question persists about size.
Mike?
Well, I wanted to bring the panelists' attention to some of the very specific questions that were asked of you, and that I imagine that you considered. I know Dr. Hennick had talked about promoting statewide water conservation and referred to that report. I'm curious if you could provide a little bit more about your thinking about how that could be addressed in a Delta plan. And I know Chris will be interested in any ideas that you or other panelists have about regulatory approaches that would be part of the Delta plan as opposed to recommendations.
Thanks. So I'm not a lawyer, so forgive me for not getting into.
Well, you didn't jump on Jonas when he questioned whether economics is a science or not, and I appreciated that.
Well, I was surprised he said that he implied political science is a science. So, but
he meant economics was an art form.
Yes. So I'll just tell you the kind of things we're thinking about, and I mean, as to its relevance for the Delta plan, I mean, it's a huge watershed, and people outside the physical watershed are using water from the delta. So there's a sense in which looking at conservation almost statewide is relevant to a delta solution, just as a sort of background to that. What we're suggesting on the urban side is a combination of price signals, better price signals than we have now, and some continuation of what the state's already been doing to help nudge local agencies along on a more performance-based standard kind of thing, sort of technology regulations, and low-flow toilets, low-flow shower devices. Now we're starting to address that in terms of outdoor landscape uses where you can't have, or soon you won't be able to have dumb sprinklers. Those kind of things. The reason you want to combine those kind of things with prices is that urban users are not, they're somewhat price sensitive, but they're not, price is not the only thing that's going to drive urban conservation. It's helpful to have these kind of performance standards in combination with that, and certainly there's the basis for that in the California Constitution, reasonable use. So, I mean, the state board could do more on that, but frankly, the legislature's been pretty good about doing that through laws, and I think the 20% by 2020 is a good example of that. Where we're suggesting we could go further on pricing is actually that the state, or the board in this case, could provide reviews of price structures in the urban sector to make sure that they are conservation oriented. And there are some different ways, different types of rate structures that do that. We haven't been especially good at following that up, and there's not. We suggest that there's the model that the CPUC, the Public Utilities Commission, is now using for privately owned utilities is actually a good one that we could apply to public sector utilities, just kind of check on that. And on the ag side, what we're suggesting is that you just want to make sure that farmers are getting the full range of price signals that they need to make decisions, and that includes making sure that they get price signals that, hey, if I transfer this water instead of using it on my irrigated pasture, that's a good business decision for me. If that district is not allowing that to happen at all, they're blocking that price signal. So freeing that up somewhat could also be done through a regulatory process, and we're not saying forcing, wholesale sales of water out of districts, but making that process more flexible. There's got to be some stuff done at the state level too for the water market to work better in terms of addressing some of the right now cumbersome and unclear environmental regulations.
I read your section of the report on the water marketing and the conservation, and the best I could figure out is that you've decided that agriculture has less potential for savings. I've got that for conservation, but it has some great potential in water marketing. But the tool to achieve that is to allow them to use water purchased at a low price to transfer at a higher price, thus providing an economic incentive. You know how that sounds to some people using low-priced water that is provided by governmental agencies to sell to other governmental agencies at a higher price. It sounds peculiar.
It does, and this is maybe this is where kind of a combination of pragmatism comes in. So taking a lesson from Jonas's page book, but also just thinking about where the government can realistically make better decisions than business people. So the pragmatism side is that right now the prices that people pay for their water, a lot of that, I mean, there's subsidies in some specific cases, but to a large extent it's really who got there first, who developed their systems early enough so that it is really cheap. But ultimately what matters to the business decision of farming, and I hope Jason will back me up on this, is that it's what you can make with what money you can make with your inputs, including water and land and other things, and that you take that into account relative to what crops you can grow there and what the prices are for that. And in that kind of vision, having cheap water allows you to do some things that you couldn't do if your water were more expensive. But ultimately, if you've got also an option of transferring that water and getting a better price for it than the $49 you may earn on net with irrigated pasture, you're going to do some of that. And that's how we've seen the water market develop in California. So, the rice farmers up in the Sac Valley, in times of drought, they're able to get a better yield on their water than they would by transferring it than they would by growing rice, and they're willing to do that. And that's kind of a way of not having to blow up all of our sort of water rights structures to allow the market to flow.
But we have favored, encouraged, prompted only short-term water transfers. And can you truly have a reliable water system based on short-term voluntary transfers alone?
Well, so this is the interesting thing looking at what's happened with the market over this past decade, is that overall volume, so the market really took off with the drought water bank in late 80s, early 90s, and then throughout the 90s it increased flows, but most of that was short term. In the 2000s, we haven't seen much increase in overall flows, but we have seen more long-term and permanent transfers, and a lot of that has been transfers to urban areas. Longer-term environmental approvals, and a good example of this is, say, the U-boat Accord, where there's, I think it's about 25 years that the agreement is for, flexible tool that it makes the water available to a number of different agricultural and urban users, mainly south of the Delta, as well as some potential environmental water. That's an approval that can provide some reliability for the folks on the buying end who are looking to buy that, as long as the Delta is working as a way to get the water through.
Have any of your research attempted to evaluate whether the voluntary water transfers from any area to intense urban areas has been reflective of across the board of urban areas, or is uniquely situated in a few? In other words, are we increasing water reliability in one area, an urban receiving area, at the cost of decreasing reliability in the exporting or other urban areas who don't receive that water? I mean, the point is, from a state perspective, I understand everything's diverse and everything's separate, but if you can't have a policy based on 38 million Californians, 4,000 water districts, and each one of them with their own unique plan, you can't even understand it. So what's the patterns that result from a free market approach as best we understand it?
So
who's been the most clear winner, and is it equally balanced between urban areas or not?
So I would say both the buyers and the sellers can be winners in this. It's not, but so the word winner is something more about, can you successfully transact a deal on the buying and selling side. In terms of who's buying water on the urban side, some of this is going to support areas where there's population growth and not enough local supplies, and this is especially true in some parts of urban Southern California, but also in the Bay Area, but it's also true in the San Joaquin Valley, in communities that are growing and that were relying on groundwater, and that's just not going to be a sustainable source for them. So it's pretty diverse in terms of the picture of which urban areas are buying, and sometimes very local, and sometimes it's longer distance sales. Sometimes it's being used for banking purposes to basically create reservoirs of water to manage through dry years. So that's been a big part of why the Metropolitan Water District was able to weather the last few years of difficulty better than they would have back in the early 90s. So I guess there's my sense is there's a lot of creativity out there and a lot of really good water managers who are thinking about how to develop reliable supplies on the urban side. The state has been good at pushing that through the requirements to do planning and through things like the Show Me the Water laws, which require you to prove up some long-term supplies if you're going to have large developments. Those are all things which kind of help to push that envelope forward, and making water transfers one of the possible tools for in the portfolio is really helpful.
Mr. Min?
when we talk about transfers, we talk about who's buying and who's selling, who's winning and who's losing. Let me draw your attention to the co-equal objective of restoring the delta. And as you pointed out, much of this water that's transferred was developed with federal or state assistance, and it is all water of the state of California as a public trust resource. So another way to look at this, in terms of getting us out of our silos, this is water supply, this is environment, is when there are transfers, be they long-term or short-term, should a portion of that water be dedicated to environmental restoration? A piece of that, not all of it, but some.
Just Jason. A couple quickies, and then I'm sure, I assume David's going to want to talk about the wonderful world of highest rice prices globally that we've seen in a long time, and what that means. It doesn't quite fit with the first picture painted. Quickly on conservation, I would suggest that your report be kind of a two-part report. One is it's a delta report, right? So that'd be the primary report, delta. And then there's a secondary part of the report that is everything else, the broader context of California and how the delta fits into that, and draw the lines to what the delta means to all those areas and what is going on in either demand management or efficiency increases, or in the rest of the state, and that's where the entire conservation discussion should go. In my mind, there's nothing in the primary focus on the delta that needs to be talk about conservation, because it's not really that relevant of a factor. It's a very relevant factor in the rest of the secondary part of the report. Second, the only other point I would like to make on the water marketing thing is that the reality for us is whenever we see the state project, our pumps, the federal pumps, are at capacity and have been for some years. That capacity has been shifted around, and 20 years ago some of that capacity was shifted to the wetlands, and that was at a direct cost to the urban and agricultural users. But our pumps are at capacity, and that capacity is restrained by the biological opinions and other regulations at times. But the fact is the only excess capacity in the system for moving water to half the people and a third of the irrigated land of the state is through the state project. When they're above 40% supply to their customers, there's no capacity to move water to our customers. So even though our farmers could be in the market for $400 an acre foot water, they can't get it. They just can't get it in a year like this. Now, in 2009, the state project, I don't think, had a 40% allocation, so there were some pumping windows. But those are rare, and I think part of fixing the conveyance is to allow a water market, water trading, water transfers, water exchanges, all those different water management tools to be used more effectively.
Mr. Guy. And the conservation question, I think, is an interesting. Let me pick up where Jason kind of started with that, and I guess the question is why in the Delta Plan do you need to focus on conservation? It strikes me that that's one of those areas that isn't core to your success in
other than
in
the
Delta
legislative
Plan.
direction to us to do statewide water conservation?
Well, let's look at your legislation. It says the Delta Plan shall promote statewide. It doesn't say shall regulate. It doesn't say. I think it's very different. And let's face it, there was a companion bill. Senator Steinberg's bill has a variety of provisions on water conservation and efficiency that is statewide. And including and also the policy on regional sustainability talks about water conservation, of course, being a core part of that. So to me, why not let the regional portfolios work through these issues? To the extent that you can encourage that, promote, link it to the Delta, I think that can be effective. I think Ellen has proposed what is, essentially a pragmatic approach to this, that if you really want to be out promoting water conservation as your legislation suggests, I believe she's offered a fairly pragmatic approach to that. And I don't know why, to me, you've got your hands full dealing with a variety of other issues in the Delta. To me, that one seems a little far afield for your core mission.
And there's probably some more questions for you, Cameron.
Yeah. On the topic of water use efficiency and conservation, I think we should recognize that there was just recently a bill passed, SBX 77, that's provided some clear regulation, targets, guidelines for doing this. And DWR has actually been working over the last year with stakeholders to figure out how to implement this, and we're just getting to that point. And I really think that from the Delta Plan's perspective, again, I think reinforcing the importance of conservation for the Delta is a good thing, but I think by 2015 we're going to check in on how well the state's doing, and then again 2020, I really think we should let this play out. It's been really interesting to me that, you know, it's easy to say let's reduce per capita water use by 20% in the urban sector, but again, because it's so diverse in California, as we've been working with stakeholders to figure out how to do this, it's just amazing at how complex it is. I mean, we have a thick document out, methods for how to calculate base water use, target water use, how climate will affect that from year to year. And it's actually been, I think, a real education to a lot of folks on what it takes to do good water conservation. On the urban side, interestingly, the one area that we aren't doing as well as we should is outdoor water conservation, and it's because we don't have good data. So if there is one area that we should try to shore up is figuring out what urban irrigated landscape is. And without that information, we are really, and the local water agencies, suppliers are not really able to set meaningful targets and reduction. So I think that would be a really important piece of information. One last point on water use efficiency, I really think it would behoove the state to decouple the discussion of efficiency with what happens to the water that's saved. And I think what happens is we get wrapped around the axle when we try to do these together, and people then resist efficiency because they're afraid that it's a takeaway. And I think as a state, we have a lot of room for efficiency, both on the urban side and the ag side. I think state government should help drive the state to more efficient water use, irrespective of how that water is used. Whether the farmer who's now more efficient is going to grow more crops or is going to pass it on to their downstream neighbor, or it goes down to a city downstream. So I think if as a state we set those targets, let's be more efficient, in and of itself, I think it's going to be worth it.
Oh, but the 20% urban savings by the year 2020, in my recollection, was the first statutory obligation on water districts. Yes. The State Water Plan update of 2005 had assumed certain levels, had actually assumed that ag use statewide would reduce 6% if memory serves in a reasonable period of time, which did not turn out. How can you ever motivate people to achieve targets if the targets cannot be quantified? And that seems to me to be the challenge for agriculture. Agriculture is told to do good, but there is no quantification. Well, and whatever the difficulties of trying to quantify, of assembling information, defining terms, that's at least a universe that seems almost capable of being dealt with. But an exhortation to go out and do good, unquantified, seems to me to be a declaration that we lack the willingness or ability to do anything more specific.
Well, on the ag side, I think the one step we are taking is you can't set a target that's meaningful if you don't even measure what water is being used. So the legislature has decided that agriculture, water suppliers of a certain size, will measure and report their water use.
Yeah, and of course, the West Side, Jason's clients have been doing that for, I can't remember, a very long time on the information. but the rest of California agriculture, not subject to those rules, is not enthusiastic, I think is the most polite way to say it, about complying with the same information collection system.
Again, it depends where you are. You know, if you're paying $40 an acre foot water, the amount of investment you would want to make or can make in a measurement system is different than if you're paying $300 an acre foot for water. And
I got it, but we've signed contracts to provide. Now, some of these are federal contracts, not under control of Water Resources, but Water Resources negotiates contracts. Pricing is part of that arrangement. And although there are certain exercised water rights that are not immediately subject to dollar changes, the department, I think it's fair to say, is not. I have not seen a statement announcing that the department intends at the next expiration of state water contracts to increase price dramatically for all water users in order to collect data and information, unless I missed something.
Well, I can't speak
Did I miss
from
something?
the state water project side of the house today, but as I understand it, we price the water based on what it costs to deliver it to
I understand,
our contractors.
and we don't ask that any information be provided to allow you, as the department planner, as the planners of water policy for the state, to make rational decisions about who's using how much, whether it's wise, whether it's consistent with our capacity and our supply of water, and consistent with the other statutory requirements.
Yeah, but our contractors will be covered by SBX 7, both on the urban side and the ag side.
Randy.
Well, I was starting to feel like I wanted to be on the panel so I could respond to some of these comments.
One way out of this, you were asking about regulations of the first panel. I think you should have a regulation that snow more. And then we won't have to deal with this. But now let me be somewhat serious and go back to simple mathematics, not economics, because Ellen busted me. I did go to school for government. She's right. But just simple math. 20 by 2020. That is not a 20% reduction in urban use. It is a 20% reduction in per capita use. Now let's assume that the population continues to grow at 1.5% a year. By the end of 2020, we're at the same urban water use we are now. So actually it doesn't decline. It just stays about the same. But at the same time, we're wrestling with how do we get water to the environment, and what happens if our total water supply, available water supply, declines. And so just saying, well, this is what we want to do, what we're comfortable with doing, I don't think is your mission. I think you have to deal with the realities of how much water is there and how's it going to be split up among agriculture, urban uses, and the environment. And I think that may take you past certainly 2020. I mean, if we're at 2020, then if that's all we get, no, we will get more because there's only going to be so much water for the cities.
Mr. Guy.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting discussion because to me it shows how it's easy for the Stewardship Council to lose sight of its mission. I think this is confirming why I think a focus on the Delta is really important. I do just have to say, and I think in response to the chairman, you know, I think you've seriously underestimated what water resources managers are doing throughout the state with respect to understanding their resource and making decisions on a daily basis. And I think I would be careful there. I think a couple of good examples that I'll just mention is that I think it's a fairly common occurrence, at least in the Sacramento Valley, where a district or an entity will be looking at some water conservation measures, and the environmental community will come in and oppose that because the tightening up of that system will affect environmental water. I mean, that's the reality of what will happen. So the water resources manager, in conjunction with the board of trustees or directors, has to decide how to balance that water use and make those decisions based on trade-off. Another one, of course, is very common is an effect on groundwater users. You see that throughout the state. So I think that to somehow suggest that water resource managers do not have incentive to manage water efficiently, I think is just
I believe they do. I believe they do for their own interest in their own jurisdictions. But this is a state entity given responsibility by the legislature to exercise interest for the people of California. It says a reliable water supply for California. It doesn't say for a particular region or named, it says for California as a place. The Delta ecosystem is co-equal to that because of the focus, the fulcrum through which much of the Delta watershed issues transpose themselves. But I cannot imagine a circumstance, and this is a wonderful panel, I believe, because it is revealing of one of the classic positions, which is that water supply is almost irrelevant to a question of water demand, not in the real world, but in the political world, in the public world of political debate. And for me, they go together. I mean, I'm kind of agnostic on the notion of anyone on any interest, including the ecosystem, that can claim an absolute right to everything before every other person, individual, or interest. I don't think that's the law. But that's the way we talk about these things. And to ignore supply while concentrating on demand is to really say, well, I do pretty well in the status quo, and that's the most important thing. Protect the status quo because I'm protected. That may be an unfair summary of the positions. But it's the only position I see statewide where you talk about statewide issues, understanding the complexities of regional issues, the intermixture of federal, state, and local agencies, hundreds if not thousands of them, that tinker in this business.
Well, I think that, obviously every entity has a certain charge and a mission, but I think that you've heard countless examples of entities that have stepped forward and said, yes, we will contribute to the co-equal goals. I mean, I think there's no question about that. I think the question, though, goes back to, we're getting a little bit far afield because a lot of what you're talking about is not going to be core to the Delta plan, in my view, and that's where I think we should go back and focus.
When Randy and Gloria and I were on the tour up in your neck of the woods for that full long day, the interesting thing, and I was giving you such a bad time in the van as we were driving around, I kept saying, come on, give me the secret plan you really talk about in private so I can see what these young hotshot water managers are doing around the state. And, of course, because you got slightly uncomfortable when I said that, I did it a lot. But I really mean that what we need more than anything else in California is a fairly honest, albeit painful discussion by all of us statewide on the limits of our ability to do things. And sobering everything beyond this is, my instinct is the ability to generate and spend massive amounts of public money is going to be severely restricted for probably 30 years. It takes time to go through these political periods of willingness to spend or unwillingness to spend. And what that will do for all the grand plans locally, regionally, or statewide, I think we just haven't faced up to it. Because, in politics, the usual answer to any problem is throw money at the problem. I don't think that option is easily available anymore, and it's going to get tougher, and the tensions will become increased because we go into the defensive mode of all of our interests now. It's easy for me to say that. It's harder for somebody like you who operates an association of very strong-willed and intelligent practitioners to do it. But I think that's what's needed, and I think in some sense that's what the statute calls for. I don't see how you can solve and address regional problems without a state perspective. I don't see how you can do it without talking about supply of the resource and the demands that are out there and understanding the implications and making the tests and decisions to balance it as best you can.
Well, you're obviously very savvy in this. I guess I would just leave on the thought, though, that I don't hear anybody saying that the status quo is what people want. In fact, people are out managing water in creative and innovative ways that the status quo is, nobody is relying on that. So I hope that that's not anybody's belief, because that's surely not the world that I'm watching.
It changes all the time. Yeah. 10 years from now, the same discussion with different people would have different cropping patterns, different urban growth configurations, population changes. There'll probably be 75 new pesticides and chemicals discovered that should be banned immediately. There'll be 50 additional lawsuits, maybe 500 additional. It will be different. The question is whether it's better by inattention because we do not wish to make choices at this stage? I tend to think not. But it's arguable. You can make an arguable case. Yeah, leave it alone. It's screwed up now, but it'll get worse if you tinker with it and make decisions.
I wanted to take the opportunity to jump on that ridiculous comment too.
Okay.
That the status quo is, people are out trying to protect the status quo. I'm sure there are a lot, but in our world, in the world that's a third of the irrigated land in the state and half the population, the status quo is NG. It's no good and unacceptable and non-sustainable. Right. As a result of these shortages you've seen that have been imposed on us, we've seen our farmers invest tremendously. We weren't waiting around for the government to come and say, right, here's a credit program, go put drip tape in. No, they put 250,000 acres under drip on their own, and they shifted crops, and that's where the decision making, I think, is going to lead us in the future. We're not going to wait for some happy glory days when there's federal and state money is going to rain down on us and fix the problems. We're motivated right now to address and solve the problems because of what's at stake and what the price of failure would be. And I would point out, as part of this growing, it's not a static world out there in terms of water use efficiency and what farmers are doing. It's a common notion. I don't know who exactly came up with it, but that agriculture has doubled its production and with the same amount of water over some 20, 30 years. There is a DWR study that shows normalized farm income, gross revenue going up 84% and applied water down by 15%. So that's kind of those numbers reflect. We're not in a static environment. The last point I would make is this notion. When I speak with farmers from out of state, and I talk to them about the newly established state policy that there will be a balance between human and environmental needs in this state, in California. They are I don't know how to describe their reaction. They can't believe it. They said, "Wow, that's really enlightened. When did you come to that conclusion?" And it just sounds so common sense that to say we've arrived here is hard to explain. But then I go on to explain this. This is not a balanced approach to our lives, certainly, and the lives that depend on that delivery of that water. So we have not been living in a balanced world, and we're going to go forward and seek balance, regardless of what who's in office or what the interest rate is or what the budget deficit is, or those things are all irrelevant to the prime driver of the quality and viability of our communities.
Randy,
I have a question for Jason that'll follow up on that, but I can't resist stating a fact, and that is that water conservation in agriculture in California, farmers have learned for the last 20, 30 years that those kinds of investments produce higher yields. There is a great incentive from a productivity and an economic standpoint for farmers to conserve water, to utilize drip and micro-sprinkler irrigation on permanent crops, and you referred to drip tape on a lot of the row crops. So a lot of the water use efficiencies have already been gained because it has yielded better results for the farmers. Okay. Jason, you said something that, pardon me? Okay, thanks. That's been my personal experience. You said something that surprised me a little bit, and I wanted to pursue it a little bit. You said that we, meaning Westlands, have been removed from the water supply curve. Well, that doesn't surprise me because that's what this, but you said you've resigned yourself to that fact. As a matter of a policy that looking out for the next 90 years, which is our charge, shouldn't we want to, as a matter of state policy, return to some connection between water supply reliability and climatic and water supply conditions?
Yes. And I say we've resigned ourselves to it because there's we've got to get about coping and dealing with the world we're in, and the world we're in says there's no connection between hydrology and what is delivered. And so that's the world we have to work in immediately. In terms of a state policy, that's a you're on it. That's it. The more we can make that connection, then we can. From that, if those connections were made, it would be clearer. I mean, we know in dry years that we're not going to get 100% of our supplies under any circumstance. So, and no resource, no human or environmental interest should assume that their full needs are going to be met in times of drought. And maybe our regulatory system has screwed up the signals that go to people, and the systems are not. It's made much more artificial by the regulatory environment we're in. And if we could get back to an environment where, yes, there is a rule curve, so to speak, there is a relationship between the kind of water year and how the resources are allocated, that would be very logical and very helpful and very, I think, add to predictability and certainty for all resources.
So, Jonas, what do you think about that approach?
Let me observe that in a perfect world it would make sense. If it's a real wet year, then everybody gets a certain portion and so forth. And originally contracts were written that way with seniority provisions, so that we know that not every year is a 1997. So that virtually all of the water systems have provisions for cutbacks based on some kind of seniority priority system. So it does work to the extent that in drier times, those who have the highest priority have a greater water right. So that's kind of there right now. But what threw it off, I think, as much as anything else, was what happened to the environment. It wasn't the environment only got 40% of water supplies on average on the San Joaquin River. They didn't. And so when the systems collapsed, then we get to these overlays of control that none of us really like to see. We don't want to have to go down to Fresno and try and explain fish biology to a judge who's a learned person but not a biologist. So until we can get back to some semblance of not environmental full health, not pre-European occupation of this area, but until we get to some kind of at least base level of healthy conditions, we're still going to have a perturbed system.
That gives me a great opportunity to challenge Jonas's first point, that the state board needs to establish flow standards. I get the bumper sticker. What I don't get is a reality. And the reality is that mantra has been around. That's the basis by which over 1 million acre-feet was reallocated within the CVP in the early 90s. It has not, except in some limited cases like Clear Creek, produced a measurable result or benefit for the environment. We can't lose sight of the reality that of all the water that falls in the Central Valley Basin, from the top of the Sierras to the top of the Coast Range, from Bakersfield to Redding, half of it...
Redding to Bakersfield, please. Redding to Grand Island to Bakersfield.
It's, if half that water goes to the ocean. Of the water arriving at the edge of the delta, like 70% of it goes to the ocean. So this notion of we need more flows or we need the right flows, I mean, no biologist can seem to tell us in a scientific way or a scientifically justified, well, that's not the right word, with much backup, when water's needed, where it's needed, and what good it's going to do. Yet we face this endless mantra of the water, the fish need water, got to have we are unlike other parts of the West. Our system is, if you look at the conflicts on the Rio Grande, the Klamath, other river systems, we have something that darn few of those have, and that is we've got water that flows all the time in our system. And so it's how we tweak that is maybe the question. You could take 80% of the export water away and cause this massive economic and social disruption. And I bet you couldn't reallocate it to the fish in a way that would make any sense, I would argue.
We're not advocating any particular level of water for the environment, but it's also just the case that the state board is required to periodically update the flow standards in their water quality control plan. And for those folks who do want a new kind of conveyance, you got to go back to the water board and you got to get a change in point of diversion. And if you're thinking you're going to do that, and the argument's been, oh, well, we can't start now because it's going to take a long time. Well, you can't get your conveyance until you do it. So I actually think it's in the purveyor's interest, the exporter's interest, to see this move along pretty quickly as well. If you do want those changes in conveyance, if you do all this design work and whatnot, you're not going to be able to sell any bonds for this until you get that big permit. So starting now, I think we may find we have a mutual interest.
So let me just raise two questions. The first may be of interest to Chris, and that is if you look at the first question that was presented for the topic questions for this panel, one question for you is whether you see in the Delta Plan, or you've identified as a priority, any regulatory approaches for managing the Delta's water and environmental resources and the water resources of the state. Or is it, and then I think the next piece is how the state's water plan fits into the Delta Plan. What's the relationship in terms of regulation? And Chris, if you want to polish that up a little bit.
You invited me to be provocative, and
Yes.
I think that I'm going to defer that to my boss to my right here, Joe. He has some very provocative ideas on proposed regulations, but also recommendations. I think that the way that perhaps this panel was presented with questions and the other panel give us your ideas for regulations. I think it's going to be a balanced approach, and I think what we refer to as the playbook is the Delta Reform Act, and it sets out components that the legislature and the governor decided have to go into the Delta Plan. So we start there with the components of the Delta Plan. It's not necessarily going to be all regulations. I mean, we've heard some great ideas for recommendations. Tell us what other agencies should be doing. But one of the key messages that I think came out clear here is that status quo isn't acceptable, and there has to be a forcing function to make decisions. So even if they're just recommendations to the state board to do whatever, update the basin plan, what is the forcing function? How do we get it done? How do we make sure, rather than just putting it in our plan and calling it a reinforcement of something that they have to do anyway, how can we add value here? With regard to the regulation, though, I think it's a conceptual, philosophical way of looking at the Delta Plan. It's clear to me, and I think to all the board members, and I think it was clear to the legislature and the governor, that this august body is not supposed to be a super regulatory entity. Super regulatory means that its decisions don't trump the regulatory decisions, say, of the state board or Fish and Game with regard to state ESA matters for Fish and Game. Super regulatory, no. Regulatory, yes, in some cases. And the mechanism that was set out in the Delta Reform Act for regulation has to do with the consistency determinations. In the process, there's an appeals process. This body sits as an appellate body. State and local agencies have to file certificates of consistency with regard to proposed actions that meet the definition of a covered action in our statute. And you guys are all familiar with that. But that's a fundamental starting point. We hear the message that you've got to focus in on the Delta. That's our primary focus. I don't think that there's any question that we're focused on covered actions, consistency of covered actions. But you got to look elsewhere in the Delta Reform Act, and it talks about other things, statewide water conservation. One of the co-equal goals has to, as Phil always reminds us, one of the co-equal goals, increase water supply reliability for the state. That's important. So we have to look at these other things that have forcing functions or nexus to the delta, to the actions over which we do have direct regulatory authority. And so with that basis, we're asking you and other panelists, what are the kinds of things that you think we should include, not only for regulations, but for recommendations? I think it's going to be a mix, but it's going to be a creative mix, and I think that Joe will reinforce the fact, I think we heard it here, that this is an opportunity to actually make some change and to force some of these things that have been on the table for a long time, all within the authority that we are certain we have in the Delta Reform Act. So with the last panel, we gave some examples of proposed regulations, and I made them up off the top of my head, and they weren't to be given any significance with regard to the substance. But I started with the statute, and I'll do the same here. And these, again, I'll turn right to Water Code Section 85302 D. The Delta Plan shall include measures to promote a more reliable water supply that address all of the following, and it lists 3 things: meeting the needs for reasonable and beneficial uses of water, sustaining the economic vitality of the state, improving water quality to protect human health and the environment. A regulation could be as simple as any conveyance improvement shall, to the greatest extent feasible, improve water quality to protect human health and the environment. Any covered action that came up in the future, state or local action, an improvement to conveyance that was inconsistent with that regulation would be inconsistent with the Delta Plan. Now, having said that, let me caveat that, because the Delta Reform Act, as you guys know, full of caveats, full of exemptions. There's a specific section everybody's familiar with, the BDCP, how that is incorporated into the Delta Plan or how it is not incorporated into the Delta Plan. If it's permitted by the state and federal governments, if it meets the statutory criteria laid out in the Delta Reform Act with regard to its environmental review, what I call the CEQA enhanced analysis, if it's permitted as an NCCP, and if it sustains appeal, once it's appealed to this body here, gets incorporated into our plan. That's it. And then we have to accommodate that. So with that caveat, we're looking for ideas for proposed regulations that you might want to see that will perhaps improve flexibility of operations, along those lines. So I'm not going to be as provocative, I know, as Joe will be or could be, but I think that's the overall message. It's not going to be, we're not a super regulatory body, we're not here to trump other agencies, but I think that we have a clear message and a clear opportunity to use the authority that we do have to make a difference. Joe, you want to add to that?
I'll go back to the example you guys were talking about earlier, conservation. The law says that we have to meet this 20 by 2020 standard or we're not eligible for grants. What happens if and you guys all know, I was general manager of an agency. We did take water from the state project. What happens if I'm at an agency who, for whatever reasons, typically financial, decide I don't want to reduce our demand for whatever reason, and I continue to operate that way, but my contract with the state project comes up for renewal? Is there any way that anybody says, hey, that's not right, you are exporting water from the Delta, but you're not meeting the basic standard of 20 by 2020 that the legislature enacted, but the only penalty they put on there was that you were not eligible for grants in the future? My view is that this council should say, and you'll see this next week, my view is that the council should say, no, that's not appropriate. If you're going to be exporting water from the Delta, if you're going to be withdrawing water from the Delta, you should meet the standards of that law. It's SB 7X7. And I don't think there's any mechanism right now to do that. So I want to push back against the assumption that everything's just fine, don't do anything, don't say anything, and I'd like your reactions to what we do with that. Or would you join with us and all go together to the legislature and say we need to make this mandatory in all water agencies, period?
Who wants to go first?
To me.
Mr. Guy.
Let's go. What the heck? I think, Chris, actually, I like the way you walked through the kind of your scenarios. I think, though, it's interesting as I was listening to the conversation here a little bit ago, it hit me, I guess, and tell me if I'm wrong, that there's somehow a presumption in at least some views around here that if the Stewardship Council's not doing it, it's not getting done. And I think we ought to think a little bit about that. I think every one of these agencies, what do you have, 19 agencies now that essentially manage water in the Delta in some form? I mean, it seems like it grows every year, but it's a lot of agencies, right? I'm guessing that every one of those agencies has some sort of regulatory authority of some sort, right? Some more than others. So to me, again, this is where I think the opportunity for the Stewardship Council to succeed is not to be thinking in terms of regulation so much as think of how can we be effective. And to me, I think the concept of the consistency review, I think, is a new way of looking at this that was, at least in a lot of people's minds, very carefully thought through. I don't know that that requires a regulation. I mean, again, maybe a strict definition says, yes, you have to take it to the Office of Administrative Law or whatever. I'll leave that to you. But I think what it does is it provides a mechanism to be an effective coordinating entity. And I don't think that requires that you sit there and tell somebody, you have to do this or do that. You've got 19 agencies that are already doing that. To me, if you can succeed in being a kind of a super coordinating entity, I think that would be welcome to everybody in the state of California. I just don't know why it has to be this kind of zeal for regulation that feels like it's kind of permeating this discussion. And I don't think anybody's running away from anything. It's just a question of what is the role of the Stewardship Council going forward.
Right. I know Joe wants to chime in, but I'll give you the measured answer here first. If you look at the Delta Reform Act, it's clear that the legislature and the governor wanted a new governing body, which is this body here, to do this stuff that you're talking about through preparation, adoption, and implementation of a legally enforceable Delta plan. If we were just going to put together another plan, we would go through CalFed again. I'd had to live through some painful years, as did others. This actually does set out a way through the consistency determinations to implement a legally enforceable plan. It's in the statute. There's also a reference that this plan, once it's adopted, should be taken to the federal government, Department of Commerce, in an attempt to get CZMA approval. So that'll be a way to ensure federal consistency. Through the CZMA law, it's clear that a state plan that is seeking approval has to be legally enforceable, without a doubt. I mean, we've looked at that. And so when you look at the state mandate for a legally enforceable plan, as well as the fact that it was intended to be used for federal consistency, it really does have to be legally enforceable. Whether or not it goes through the Office of Administrative Law, through the rulemaking process, it does. They take a broad view and perspective on what a rule, a regulation is. It can be any standard against which you measure, a rule of general applicability that changes or influences the actions of others. Very general. So we have met with them. We're clear that this does have to go through the OAL rulemaking process. you're probably familiar with our appeals procedures that had a specific exemption from going through the OAL process, and we already adopted that. So that's kind of the procedural part of it. So it does have to be a rule. It does have to be a formal legal rule. It has to be legally enforceable. So with those conceptual underpinnings, I think your point's well taken. It's how do you use the authority that you have in a creative way that adds value, and that's what we're here for, exactly and asking you for ideas for.
What I wanted to explain is when I view this part of the plan, I don't envision that we're writing regulations in the normal way you write regulations. What I envision is we say, it's the policy of the council that everybody that withdraws water from the Delta needs to meet the provisions of the law with regard to water use efficiency, and that there should be a process moving forward to make sure that we continue to do that. That way, if there's a covered action that comes forward in the future, one of the criteria that people have to meet that when some action's appealed is, are they actually acting consistent with the Delta plan? And I think water use efficiency is absolutely something that you guys would do anyway, but that we need to be able to say, yes, that's something that the council is going to enforce, is going to make sure at least our policies make it clear that you have to do this. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about writing a handbook of rules the way maybe you would if you were trying to enforce a waste discharge permit.
If I may, let me offer some suggestions for specific areas for regulations in whatever form you deem appropriate. On the first issue of water efficiency, I would recommend expanding that to apply not only to areas receiving water from the Delta, but areas that use water within the watershed that would otherwise flow into the Delta. A second potential area of jurisdiction would be for water transfers, that a portion of the benefits, a reasonable portion of the benefits from that transfer accrue to the environmental objectives. Another one could be that any area receiving water from the Delta, exported from the Delta, that has a groundwater basin, that it have a groundwater management plan with the objective of sustainable yield over a certain time period. Another could be that there would be a requirement for an emergency plan for the Delta. Another could be...
You're talking about emergency response plan?
Yes,
okay.
as the council's point out, that lack. There could be a requirement that whenever there's a levee restoration project and it is feasible, that it include waterside habitat restoration, so it isn't just, there's one pot of money for one thing and one for another. Any restoration projects not controlled by, but should be coordinated or must be coordinated with the Delta Conservancy, so that, as we heard in the first panel, you get some sort of overall coordination effort. No incompatible land uses on areas that might be outside of the primary zone. I don't know if these exist, but could be subject to inundation with sea level rise, or could be candidates for ecosystem restoration. Those are some suggestions. Oh, and the last one, no new water rights granted until the state board updates its Delta plan, its Delta water quality control plan.
You make me shudder, Jonas. I think just two thoughts. One is relative to the reality that this statute, as you said, Chris, a lot of ambiguity, a lot of qualifiers, could be this, could be that. I think you've got your hands full right out of the box defining what the words in the statute mean. And I'm afraid if you want to take aggressive regulatory no, you can't do that activity, you're going to need a book. Sorry, Joe. You're going to fail if you don't have a very well-defined, bulletproof, these are the rules and regulations, and because you'll be tested, they need to be tested and confirmed that's the right way to go. So I think you to the extent that the council reaches into other people's business, you've got to be bulletproof, or you're going to fail. I guess I just repeated myself. But the other point I would make is in terms of new regulations, there's some okay ideas in what Jonas talked about, but mostly I think the biggest thing that you could do that would help the economy of the state and help the certainty and reliability and predictability everywhere, including life in the Delta, is get the existing agencies to do their jobs. Get them to do what they've been tasked to under statute. In one aspect, I see regulatory agencies, fishery agencies, that have had this narrow-minded, pump-centric focus for all these years. They require us to spend millions and millions of dollars just on looking at the pumps, regulating the pumps, gathering data about the pumps, and ignoring the broader suite of stressors out there. That's what gives rise to the little genius, if you will, in BDCP, is it's looking at the broader suite of stressors. Well, all those there's a raft of regulatory agencies and administrative agencies that have some responsibility for or ability to address that raft of other stressors, and they're not doing it very well. And in some cases, and in some cases, we all understand why they're not well enough funded. But I mean, when quagga mussels get into the Delta, when they get here, and it's going to have enormous consequences for everybody, and everybody's going to immediately turn to and say, did we have enough border inspection? Do we have enough this, that? And the answer is going to be no, no, no. We didn't have enough protections in place to protect us from this scourge of an invasive species that's on its way. So I think you need to spend some time focusing on what are all the other grand plans that have been made. What is in the CalFed record of decision that hasn't been pursued? What is in agency charters and statutes that is sitting idly by, maybe for some good reason. Maybe it was a good idea at the time and doesn't make any sense today. But you need to go through that and make sure that everybody's carrying their full responsibility.
If I may add something that is not entirely inconsistent with what Jason said, you don't have much time before your plan's out, your draft even sooner. And my suggestion is, although I've suggested a variety of things and others will give you input as well, be sure you do the most important things. Focus on those. You're going to be updating your plan over time. Are you going to be able to solve groundwater in California in what you put out? I'm sort of thinking probably not. What are the things you have to do, the highest priority ones? And instead of going real wide, I'd probably focus on those key elements, which is why we gave you some focused recommendations.
The levees on Grand Island is one of the things you're recommending to us. Is that what you're?
I'm not involved in that process.
Got it. Okay.
So, Kemyer, could you? I sort of teed something up for you a little while ago.
We're going to get to public comments very rapidly.
Right. Just to weigh on this forcing function. To date, the Integrated Regional Water Management Program has been incentive-based. We provided state funding to incentivize people to get together, see what their common goals are, come up with an integrated plan, and then begin investing in that. We're still in the infancy, and we're going to improve over time. I think this council could give the regional water management groups another purpose for being, and that is set the guidelines, set the goals, set the targets for the Delta. I don't know what those are, but once the council knows what those are, rather than try to pick one or a few of the 27 resource management strategies and use that as a lever to get everyone to meet your goals, give the regional water management groups the responsibility, direct them to say, here is where we want to end up. Here is for your part of the state. If you're north of the Delta, if you're south of the Delta, if you're in the Bay Area, if you're an export community, here is the responsibility that you have, similar to what the water boards did for Phase 8. And then give the regional water management groups the opportunity to get together and say, what mix of the strategies and investments can we do to meet our obligation, and then present that back to the council. Let's empower these regional water management groups to do more than just vie for state funding to meet state goals. And I think that will actually help them mature in their governance, in their planning, in the data that they need. In the materials that I presented you, again, most all of this is from the water plan. So I feel very comfortable that everyone on this panel is maybe not word for word, but would feel that this is going in the right direction. And I think the council also, as part of your guidance and target, could direct better information gathering. And we've got some recommendations here. You know, we're in some cases flying blind. We don't know what's out there, and yet we want people to behave differently. And I think if we can get better information for groundwater, we've actually we think the CASGEM or the SBX6 is a real good step forward for California. One of the recommendations in the water plan says, what can we do to go beyond that? So I encourage the council to look at that recommendation. The salt and nutrient management plans that the water boards is requiring of every groundwater basin, that is a very helpful tool to get people to get together and manage their groundwater better. So my plea to the council would be, let's not micromanage the integrated regional water management efforts. Let's tell them where we want to end up, and then empower them to get there.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. Ellen, yes.
Just follow up. I recognize Jason's sort of point that you may need a book for some of this stuff, but I kind of liked a lot of the elements on Jonas's list. And I think, you know, Phil, you said the fiscal reality that we're facing is likely to be several decades without a lot of state money. We've been getting by on bonds for doing most of the extras over the last decade, and to the extent that you can provide some direction that is a bit more of a these are things you guys kind of really have to do to send that message to local entities, that's a useful thing besides just hanging a carrot. I think one other thing to think about is regulatory relief type options sometimes are a nice carrot too, and think about including some of those.
Just one observation. I haven't gone down the list and asked each of you to prepare a written assignment to be submitted in 10 days, although that's normally what I do. But I want to just mention a parallel process. At about this stage, when we were doing Delta Vision, we had cranked out, I don't know how many, we had 5 or 6 versions of the report, and we had come up with a governance scheme that created a super agency, which was probably my idea. And we had a funny exchange, and it wound up with Mr. Byron Buck representing the water contractors, Gary Bobker, and a third person whose name I cannot remember. And they said, we're a little working committee, you're going in the wrong direction. And they came back essentially with an idea that we develop a Delta plan and agencies be kind of consistent with it. That's essentially what's in the statute, without all the bells and whistles. And they came back and they said, look, none of us are endorsing what we're about to say, but we'd rather have you do something slightly better than the stupid thing you're thinking of doing. And so understanding we're not endorsing what we're about to say, why don't you consider this other alternative? It was really helpful. It was really helpful. And for all the complications with this system of Delta Plan and consistent that we're in, it is a better approach than the one I was thinking of originally. And there have to be opportunities in the water resources side and the ecosystem side, kind of the heart and core, for exactly that approach. And I just, I'd like to urge you to think about that. We will benefit from interesting, slightly different ideas from important participants in the process like yourself, and we really need them rapidly. That's not a specific assignment, but it's almost a specific assignment. And it'd serve you right, three of you. As a matter of fact, you understand why they sat at the end of the table, so they wouldn't be associated with the three of you gorillas in the center. God, I can... Kamyar and Ellen, congratulations for boxing him in. Anyway, I found it very helpful. The discussion has been very helpful. We'll have another couple of pained and anguished discussions like this to come, and hopefully all of you will be part of those discussions. Appreciate it a great deal. Okay, gentlemen, thank you. Ellen, thank you very much. Thank you for that terrific book. It is an interesting book. Okay. Yes, Randy.
I thought Ellen missed the chance when Jason suggested he's going to need a book. I thought maybe you had one to offer.
Yes, right. Okay, we have a couple of requests to talk. The first speaker, Mr. Zuckerman from the Central Delta Water Agency, and for himself, I guess. No, of course not. You got to turn on that little button on the base of the switch. Yeah. Nope, up closer. Yeah, there you go. You're on.
This way I can associate myself with Kamyar.
A true neutral in the process. Right.
And sort of pretend like you actually invited somebody from the Delta to talk to you today. So.
Well, we actually did, but wasn't able to show up.
That was meant to be a joke.
Oh, okay.
I have some wide-ranging sort of comments, but we'll spin off some of the things that happened in the first panel and also the second panel. And because I'm probably not going to be able to be here tomorrow at the appropriate time, might even bleed over a little bit into those subjects. The suggestion that you received from almost all of the people on your first panel was characterized as a hydrograph, and I think this is the same subject that we've been talking to you about for some time, about the concept of trying to figure out what the Delta needs so that you can develop a sense of what the surplus water available is that's available for export. And I would readily endorse all that. I think that's the horse that has to get out in front of the cart here. And just speaking in a kind of a negative fashion about what the BDCP has been doing. They've been doing it the other way around. Matter of fact, the reason why there isn't Delta representatives on their steering committee is because they extracted a pledge from every member of that commission as a precondition that they support the peripheral canal, which of course you can't find anybody down in the Delta would do. So getting this concept of safe yield or a hydrograph out in front, I think, is really important. And it may have important implications on the discussion of what is appropriate conveyance in the Delta. You've recently received a suggestion from Bob Pike, which I hope you take seriously, which makes a lot of sense. If the conclusion was that there's quite a bit of water that is available to be exported in the wettest years and very little in the driest years, the concept of Western Delta conveyance makes a lot of sense. And it avoids a lot of the problems.
And a Western Delta conveyance is a conveyance system somewhere near
Sherman Island or thereabouts.
Yeah, it's further into the Delta toward the bay.
Right. Mm-hmm. It has the advantages of not creating reverse flows. You could have, for instance, if it was on Sherman Island, you could have intake structures on both sides of the island, so you could be isolating the flows from the two rivers and not encouraging around the horn type of flows. It allows positive flows past fish screens and all the things that the canal purports to be advantages. It has other offsetting problems, but from a Delta perspective, it has that overwhelming guarantee that you're not going to be exporting salt water at the mouth of the Delta, which would be a very good physical protection for water quality in the Delta. So I would ask you to consider that strongly. I can't endorse it. We haven't really studied it yet, but I think it's a concept that has legs as far as the Delta is concerned. One subject that seems to be conspicuously missing from your deliberations and your report and so forth up to this point is dredging. Dredging is a key in the Delta for a lot of different reasons. It provides the ability to pass water through channels, which is important to the water export as well as circulation within the Delta. It avoids scour, the buildup of sediments that's taken place because dredging has essentially not been permitted in the Delta for the last 20 years or so. It relieves the sedimentation in areas that leads to scour in places where you don't want it. It raises the river stages, which creates a huge flood problem, and it allows for a greater accommodation of floodwaters in the Delta. And you really do need to pay attention to this because so many of the things that you will end up endorsing or recommending are going to require work in the waterways of the Delta. It's virtually impossible to get that work done now. And that has to do with lack of support from state agencies. When the Corps of Engineers dredging general permits were going to be renewed, we ran into complete obstacles with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and to some degree other state agencies, and there just wasn't the impetus to push that stuff through.
Is there a Zuckerman suggestion on how to approach that?
Well, yes, and I've been involved in the issue for a long time. What we ended up with is a kind of a belt and suspenders approach to it that said, well, here's a little narrow work window when it appears like the Delta smelt are not going to be, in the Delta generally. So you've got a couple of months where you can actually get out there and do work. But then during those times also, there was all this permitting required and water quality standards and everything else. To give you an idea, at the time the Central Valley Board was suggesting water quality standards that were derived from Great Slave Lake or Great Bear Lake, one of these northern Canadian territories lakes that had residence time of like 400 years. And they were comparing the impacts of water quality constituents on water bodies where they would be exposed for 400 years to the Delta where you have water turning over every couple of days or so. And they were suggesting standards that were so low or high, depending upon how you look at it, that you couldn't even, most of the laboratories in California could not measure the detectable limits that they were talking about. So the thing just kind of fell apart, and it was kind of crazy, and a lot of bad things have happened as a result of that, including the costs of levee repair and the efficacy of it. You talked earlier about prioritization. I'm sorry that Ms. Gray is not here and I will foreshorten my remarks as a result of that because she raised the question.
She'll be right back.
She well, then I'll go on to the next subject. Maybe she will come back. I was very intrigued by your discussion about regulation and how, what the role is of the Conservancy. And one of the reasons I wanted to sit here was because I thought Camiar had some very positive things to say on that subject. Try not to just become another planning agent or planning commission for the Delta where you have this plan and people have to come in and find out whether they have a covered action and then you can tell them no. We have planning commissions that do that sort of thing now. What we need is a plan that's a strategic plan that's going to make things happen, not just prevent things from happening. Most of what happens positively in the Delta these days is done by private people. There are many thousands of acres farmed in the Delta under wildlife-friendly farming, that there's no discernible public support or monetary support for it or whatever. It's done marvelous things for the waterfowl population. And there are many, many examples of that. So what you need to do is try to figure out what it is you want to have happen, and then create a series of incentives and to some extent disincentives to try to make things happen the way you want them to happen. Now, I don't practice law anymore. I'm not going to sit here and have a discussion with Chris about, how broad the regulatory authority of the commission is, but don't get hung up on that. Give us a brilliant plan, and then try to create some incentives to make sure it happens. I can give you some examples of that. I've given you some before, but I don't know that you could actually do this, but you might be able to condition accessibility to Delta water on groundwater replenishment as a portion of the take permit, if you will, on recycling, on conservation, all those things. You could create positive incentives for the same types of things by, as I've suggested before, as a compensation for limiting dry year exports from the Delta, taking some of the power that's generated by the State Water Project and devoting it to recycling projects, desal projects, and so forth, since that water would be saved for transporting the water through the system, particularly that might otherwise be going over the Tehachapi. It's a huge amount of power, and you can actually produce more recycled water with that power than you can deliver it on an acre-foot by acre-foot basis. And the last thing you can do is you can try to figure out how to redirect state financing into cost-sharing programs. There are hundreds of applications that have been filed by local entities, cities, counties, flood control districts, and so forth, with the state board and with CalFed when it was functioning, to do local groundwater management projects that just sat and never got considered, much less funded. Those kinds of opportunities to move the incentives of this plan into local entities, which are actually capable of doing and carrying out these kinds of projects and becoming more regionally self-sufficient, you can really incentivize those by redirecting available state and federal funding into those programs. I guess she didn't come back, but on the levy prioritization stuff, what I wanted to mention was that we've worked a lot on that at our Delta Levy Advisory Committee meetings, which have been going on for a long, long time. We don't get much attention. I've written letters to both the past and the present Secretary of Natural Resources to try to get the committee that he formulated to get somebody to attend them and listen to what we're saying, and that doesn't happen. But there's a lot of work that's been done there. You'll probably hear a lot of it from Gil Cozio tomorrow. But we don't have a problem with prioritizing levees in the Delta in terms of how much risk of flooding they should be willing to accept. In other words, how strong a levee is appropriate for a levee that only protects farms versus one that protects a city or one that protects the water quality at the South Delta pumps, or one that protects highways, power lines, and so forth. That's not the issue. The issue is that to understand how interrelated all of these levees are in the Delta, and it's not so simple to just make a decision to let one go. We've had problems with the areas that are surrounding Frank's Tract, Mildred Island, and so forth over the years, where it's tremendous cost to rebuild the adjacent levees to compensate for the wave wash that develops across these flooded islands and the seepage and so forth. These islands are all interdependent. It doesn't cost $100 million to reclaim them. What we're saying is there needs to be a good emergency response program to prevent flooding. but there also needs to be a follow-up to have a method for reclaiming these islands. If you've made the decision that they are less important for non-failure, there needs to be some sort of a commensurate program for financial assistance to recover them, because you just can't let this ocean, this big inland sea, spread within the delta without, before you know it, putting a whole lot of people and a whole lot of public assets in jeopardy. That's it.
Mr. Zuckerman, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Rockwell, Environmental Water Caucus. Wait a minute, they'll turn the switch here and that mic should be on. Try it now.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Thank you. I wanted to make a couple of comments that came out of the panel discussion, and one had to do with the south of Delta agricultural CVP contractors and Mr. Peltier's graph, which I found interesting. And his lead-in comment that I remember at least was that today's south of Delta CVP allocations bear little or no resemblance to water year types or the availability of water. But when you look at the graph, quite honestly, from 1952 until 1989, you'll notice that the south of Delta CVP allocations all are, except for 1 year, 1977, all are at the 8 million acre foot allocation level, regardless of storage or water year type. So my comment there is that, in fact, what's gone on since 1989 is actually more reflective of water year type and availability than what had gone on before, which is exactly the opposite of what Mr. Peltier actually stated. I mean, if you look at the graph, when there's less water available, there was less water allocated from 1989 forward. And I'm sure that there's variations in that. But what I get out of this is that prior to 1990, the CVP system did not seem to really take into account any of the other responsibilities on water other than agriculture. And it appears since then they are trying to balance the process in some way, whether that's because of fish needs or other water allocation requirements. So, you know, I think it's important to just realize that the way things are being operated now does not provide full allocation or full contractual obligation being provided to the south of Delta CVP contractors, but it is, in my opinion, since 1990 forward, more responsive to the water year type and the availability, not less responsive. And then the other comment I would like to make also is on agricultural conservation. I'm a little perplexed in the PPIC report, frankly, to see that there's a discussion about incentivizing in some way the water transfer market and then putting that under agricultural conservation. I don't see that as agricultural conservation. I see that as just another way of moving water, which may be appropriate, but I don't see it as agricultural conservation. And I'm sure that some agricultural districts are very incentivized on conservation, like Westlands and Jason talked about. But there are other districts that could do a lot more on water conservation than what they do today. And even in the state water plan update, I can't remember if it's 2005 or 2008, between conservation, reclamation, and water use efficiencies, they estimate somewhere from a conservative level of about 4 million acre feet up to a high level of about 9 million acre feet of water that could be available through all of those strategies if they were done. So I'm just saying, if we're looking at the Delta having less water available, these other strategies provide for making up a lot of that water if they're incentivized in ways that were actually talked about here in moving the IRWMP process to give them goals and objectives and then give them the opportunity to fulfill some of those. And I think Tom Zuckerman talked about other ways of motivating the system and doing some of these things on a more local basis, which I think is a good suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. All right, we've gone through our blue cards. Anyone else in the audience like to speak to us on either this panel or any other subject related to the council? Okay, seeing no one, let me make a note, members. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock we start. The subject is risk management generically tomorrow. We have a good panel to present. I want to draw your attention to one item that's in your packet, which we got from the Department of Water Resources, I don't know, yesterday or the day before, and it is a draft copy of a framework approach they're considering internally for investments in integrated flood management. This is the kind of thing that Mr. Fiorini and I talked to them about on early in the Early Actions Committee, and also it's come up several times. It's a very short report, and they caution us it is preliminary. It's a draft. It's not the final copy. But if you could, my suggestion is take that with you tonight. Review that in advance. Do we have copies of that in the back? Yeah, there are some copies on the table back there for those people who are interested in it. Take a look at it. And then we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you.